Speaker, who's the chairperson, the Honorable Leader of Government Business in the House, the Honorable First Deputy Speaker, that's the Vice Chairperson, the Honorable Second Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning, the Honorable Government Chief Whip, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. Present.
And other members of this committee is the Honorable Deputy Government Chief Whip, the Honorable, that's Mr. Kampyongo, MP, Mr. N. Chilangwa, MP, Mr. M. Jamba, MP, and Mr. Emmanuel M. Musonda, MP. And after that announcement, the House proceeded to consider questions for oral answer, numbers 1 to 7, Understanding Order 74.
The House also noted question for written answer number 1, Understanding Order number 75, and the reply was accordingly recorded in the daily parliamentary debates. Thereafter, there was a motion of thanks that was moved by Ms. Halwindi, who is a Kabwe Central Member of Parliament, that the thanks of this assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the President's address.
Claudia, this motion was seconded by Nkana Member of Parliament, Mr. Benro Mpundo. And we did see quite a number of members of Parliament debating the motion of thanks. And today, other members, if the motion resumes for consideration, they will continue debating. And there being no further debate, the motion stood adjourned, and the House adjourned at 17:51 hours. So basically, that's the business that was considered on the floor of the House yesterday. Let's quickly shift our attention and look at today's business. But before that, we'll take a short break.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us here on Parliament Television. We're coming to you live as we'll be having live parliamentary proceedings taking the air at 14:30 hours. Time now to look at business that is going to be considered on the floor of the House today, Wednesday, 14th September 2022. The House is expected to consider one question for oral answer, Understanding Order number 76, and this one is coming from Mr. Simumba of Nakonde. Is expected to ask the Minister of Agriculture a question in 3 parts: whether the farming inputs for the 2022-2023 farming season have already been procured. If so, why the government has not started distributing the inputs under the Farmer Input Support Program to fertilizer depots countrywide, and if the inputs have not yet been procured, what urgent measures have been taken to ensure that the distribution is completed before the onset of the rainy season.
We do have a total number of 5 questions for answer, Understanding Order 74. And the first question is coming from Luansha, Member of Parliament. That's Mr. Simbao. And this question is directed to the Minister of Health. He would like to find out when the Chivolia Mini Hospital and Chifulube Clinic in Luansha Parliamentary Constituency will become operational. And the B part of the question, the member would like to find out what the cause of the delay in operationalizing the health facility is.
We also expect Mr. Chibuye of Ron constituency to ask the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security when the government will replace the only motor vehicle at Ron Police Station, which has been out of service for the past 1 year, and what the cause of the delay in replacing the motor vehicle is.
Question number 11 will come from Mr. Chinkuli, who is Kanyama Member of Parliament, and like to ask the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. And this question is in 4 parts. The first part of the question, we would like to find out whether the government has any plans to replan Kanyama Township in Lusaka Urban District to provide for proper road network and other social amenities. If so, when the plans will be implemented. And the C part of the question, the member would like to find out whether there are plans to compensate owners of properties that will be demolished during the replanning exercise, and if there are no such plans, why.
And Mr. Chisanga of Lukasha, who asked the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development why the construction works on the Chisanga-Tazara Road in Lukasha Parliamentary Constituency have stalled, when the project will resume, and the cost of the outstanding, and what the cost of the outstanding works is.
Question number 13 will come from Chilanga Lawmaker, and this is Mr. Lazo We'll ask the Minister of Energy. I'd like to find out what the contract sum for the construction of the fuel depot by Gulfstream International in Chilanga District is, and what the variance between the government engineers' estimated costs and the contract sum is, and how many companies participated in the tender, what the bidding price by each company was, how much money had been spent on the project as of May 2022, and when the project is expected to be completed.
So those are the 5 questions for oral answer understanding order number 74 that are expected to be considered on the floor of the House this afternoon and part of the evening. And thereafter, we do expect a resumption of debate on a motion of thanks. His Excellency the President's address. This motion was moved by Kabwe Central Member of Parliament, Ms. Krizosa Halwindi, and it's been seconded by Nkana MP, Mr. Bino Mpundu. So we do expect more members of Parliament to actually react to the presidential address.
There you have it. That's the Honorable Madam Speaker's procession making way to the chamber. For now, we'll cross over to the floor of the House for the commencement of today's business. Keep watching Parliament Television.
Honorable members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
Land and sing of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for the right. We want freedom's fight, oh, one, strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and blessed by God's good hand. Let us, all her people, join as one, brothers under the sun. Oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky. Like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Green and we stand under the flag of our land. Zambia, praise to thee, oh, one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Honorable members, I have 2 announcements and 2 rulings. The first announcement is, honorable members, I wish to acquaint the House with the presence in the Speaker's Gallery of the following 2 members of Parliament and a member of staff from the Parliament of Uganda. Number 1, Honorable Faith Nakuti MP. Honorable Tony Ayo MP. Ms. Annette Tayebwa, Police Analyst. I wish, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, to receive our distinguished guests and warmly welcome them in our midst. I thank you. The second announcement is on the composition of standing committees for the second session of the 13th National Assembly. In accordance with Article 80 of the Constitution of Zambia, Amendment Act number 2 of 2016, and the Standing Orders number 165-2, the Standing Orders Committee has appointed the following members of Parliament to serve on various standing committees for the second session of the 13th National Assembly. House Business Committee. The Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Leader of Government Business in the House, the Honorable First Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Second Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Government Chief Whip, the Honorable Leader of Opposition, the Honorable Mr. A.C. Kampyongo, Opposition Whip, Mr. J. E. Banda, MP, Mrs. K.S. Mulenga, MP, Mr. C. Andeleki, MP. The next committee is the Committee on Privileges and Absences. It will consist of the following honorable members: the Honorable First Deputy Speaker as chairperson, the Honorable Minister of Justice, the Honorable Government Chief Whip, the Honorable Leader of Opposition, Mr. I. Wamunyima MP, Mr. D. M. Mabumba MP, Ms. B. Nyirenda MP, Brigadier General M. S. Sitwala MP, retired, Ms. S. K. Sefulo MP, Ms. J. Chibuye MP. Reforms and Modernization Committee. Oh, Mr. Chibuye, I'm sorry. Did I say Mrs.? Sorry. Well, Mr. Chibuye, sorry. Reform and Modernization Committee. The Honorable Second Deputy Speaker as chairperson, the Honorable Minister of Finance, the Honorable Minister of Justice, the Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, the Honorable Deputy Government Chief Whip, the Honorable Mr. J. Chibuye, MP, Honorable Mr. M. Kafwaya, MP, Honorable Mr. S. K. Michelo, MP, Honorable Mr. Elias M. Musonda, MP, Mrs. M. Nakaponda, MP. Public Accounts Committee. Mr. A. C. Mumba, Mr. N. M. Mukumbi, MP, Mr. W. C. Mwambazi, MP, Mr. I. Wamunyima, MP, Engineer J. Daka, MP, Mr. L. Mufalali, MP, Mr. K. Mukosa, MP, Ms. M. Piri, MP, Mrs. J. Sabao, MP, Mr. V. Lumai, MP. Committee on Delegated Legislation. Mr. J. Mulebwa, MP, Ms. E. Munashabantu, MP, Mr. K. Siachisumo, MP, Mr. R. M. Mutale, MP, Mr. C. Chibuye, MP, Mr. G. Ngowani, MP, Mr. P. Twasa, MP, Mr. S. Lazo, MP, Mr. M. Nyambose, MP. There is one vacancy which will be filled once the by-elections are concluded. Committee on Government Assurances. It will compose of the following: Mr. E. Kabondo, MP, Honorable Kamondo, MP, Kamondo. Ms. J. Nyemba, MP, Mr. G.K. Kandafula, MP, Mr. E. Banda, MP, Mr. E. M. Tembo, MP, Mr. K. M. Mandandi, MP, Mr. M. Kulukusa, MP, Mr. H. Mapani, MP, Mr. F. R. Kapianga, MP, Mr. R. M. Chavinga, MP. Planning and Budgeting Committee. Mr. P. Piri, MP, Ms. J.C. Chisenga, MP, Ambassador R.K. Kalimi, MP, Mr. F.C. Chatila, MP, Mr. K. Simunji, MP, Mr. B. Kambita, MP, Mr. G. Chonde, MP, Mr. D. Munangandu, MP, Mr. L. Lubozia, MP, Mr. M. Jamba, MP. Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources. Mrs. M. Mabonga, MP, Mr. M. Sirimushi, MP, Mr. R.K. Chitotela, MP, Mr. Y. Mutayachalo, MP, Mr. S.K. Michelo, MP, Dr. K. Chewe, MP, Mr. L.J. Simbao, MP, Mr. M. Malambo, MP, Mr. N. Chilangwa, MP, Mr. A. Tayengwa, MP. Committee on Media, Information and Communication Technologies. Mr. S. Mushanga, MP, Ms. B. Nyirenda, MP, Mr. A. Lubusha, MP, Mr. Munia Zulu, MP, Mr. R. Kangombe, MP, Mr. A. Tayengwa, MP, Mr. W. Mulaliki, MP, Mr. O. Amutike, MP. Mr. M.K. Tembo, MP, Engineer S.R. Mavenga, MP. Committee on Education, Science and Technology. Mr. A. Katakwe, MP, Mr. H. Maveta, MP, Ms. S. Mwamba, MP, Mr. T. Mutinta, MP, Mr. T. Simuzingile, MP, Mr. G. Mwila, MP, Mr. A.I.A. Banda, MP, Mr. D. Chisopa, MP, Mr. E. Daka, MP, Mrs. C.P. Halwindi, MP. Committee on Energy, Water Development and Tourism. Mr. C.C. Kangombe, MP, Mrs. M.C. Chonya, MP, Mr. P. Kalobo, MP, Mr. C.A.B. Katotobwe, MP, Mr. Engineer S.R. Mavenga, MP, Mr. G. Ngowani, MP, Mrs. K.S. Mulenga, MP, Mr. M.J.Z. Katambo, MP, Mr. L. Hamwata, MP, Mr. R. Kangombe, MP. The composition of other committees will be announced tomorrow. After I have completed announcing the composition of all the committees, if any honorable member finds that they do not belong to any committee, such member should inform the office of the clerk accordingly. I thank you. At least I did not mispronounce any honorable member's name. I tried. Kabondo, kabondo. Can we settle down quickly? I still have some rulings to deliver. This is a ruling on a point of order raised by Mr. S. Kampyongo, Member of Parliament for Shiwangandu constituency, against Honorable Gigi Nkombo, Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, on whether the minister was in order to turn the motion on the suspension of the standing orders into controversy by interpreting the Constitution as far as the teachers' recruitment was concerned. Honorable members will recall that on Friday, 22nd July 2022, when the House was considering the motion to suspend Standing Order 27 and 115 of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2021, to enable the House to sit until all business on the order paper was concluded on each sitting day. And Honorable Gigi Nkombo, MP, Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, was debating. Mr. S. Kampyongo, Member of Parliament for Shiwangandu, raised a point of order. In his point of order, Mr. S. Kampyongo, MP, inquired whether Honorable Gigi Nkombo, MP, was in order to turn the motion on the suspension of the standing orders into a controversial one by stating that there would be mass by-elections as a result of the recruitment of some councillors as teachers. Honorable members, in her immediate response, the Honorable Madam First Deputy Speaker reserved her ruling in order to study the matter. I have since studied the matter and I will now render my ruling. Honorable members, Standing Order 131 provides for the procedure to be followed when raising a point of order. In that regard, Standing Order 1313 states as follows, and I quote, "In raising a point of order, a member shall cite the standing order, law or privilege of members, rule or procedure or practice which has been allegedly breached." End of quote. Honorable members, a review of Mr. S. Kampyongo's MP's point of order revealed that he did not cite the standing order, rule, law, or privilege or practice on which his point of order was based. In that regard, the point of order did not comply with the requirements of Standing Order 131.3 and is therefore not admissible. Honorable members, I have on several occasions provided guidance to the House on the need to cite the relevant rule, law, privilege, practice, or procedure that has been breached whenever a point of order is raised. Honorable members are once more reminded to do this whenever they raise a point of order. I thank you. The next ruling is on a point of order raised by Mr. S. Mushanga, Member of Parliament for Wacha constituency, against Honorable Gigi Nkombo, Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, on whether the Honorable Minister was in order to mislead the House and the public at large that Wacha constituency did not have any approved constituency development funds, CDF projects, when in fact it had. Honorable members will recall that on Thursday, 21st July 2022, when the House was considering the ministerial statement by Honorable Gigi Nkombo MP, Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, and the Honorable Minister had just concluded responding to questions on points of clarification, Mr. S. Mushanga, Member of Parliament for Wacha constituency, raised a point of order. In his point of order, Mr. S. Mushanga MP asked whether Honorable Gigi Nkombo MP was in order to mislead the House and the nation at large that Wacha constituency did not have any approved CDF projects when the permanent secretary in charge of technical services in the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development had issued a letter dated 1st June 2022 indicating the approval of CDF for boarding secondary schools, bursaries, and skills development allocation for Wacha constituency. Honorable members, in his immediate response, the Honorable Mr. Second Deputy Speaker reserved his ruling to start the matter. I have since studied the matter and I will now render my ruling. Honorable members, in order to address the point of order raised by Mr. S. Mushanga MP, I had recourse to the verbatim recording of the proceedings of Thursday, 21st July 2022, pertaining to the ministerial statement on the release and utilization of Constituency Development Fund. Mr. S. Mushanga MP, on a point of clarification, asked the Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development on whether the Honorable Minister would provide guidance on the possibility of allowing the respective CDF committees through the local authorities to procure vehicles for monitoring CDF projects and for policing purposes on behalf of the Ministry of Home Affairs and Internal Security. In response, Honorable Gigi Nkombo MP stated that Wacha constituency did not have any approved CDF projects. It is as a result of this response that prompted Honorable S. Mushanga MP to raise a point of order. Honorable members, I further had recourse to the physical copy of the letter referred to by Mr. S. Mushanga MP in his point of order, which he laid on the table of the House. I noted that the letter was from the Office of the Permanent Secretary in charge of Technical Services at the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development and addressed to the Town Clerk for the Kabwe Municipal Council. Honorable members, the Office of the Permanent Secretary is a public body established under Article 184(1) of the Constitution of Zambia Act, Chapter 1 of the Laws of Zambia. Therefore, the letter that Mr. S. Mushanga MP relied upon on his point of order is a public document. Honorable members, when a member of the House refers to any document, he or she is expected to lay it on the table. To this effect, Standing Order 139 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2021 provides guidelines on the matter in which a backbencher may table a public document in the House. Standing Order 139 states as follows, and I quote, 139. Tabling of public documents by backbencher. 1. A backbencher may table a document provided it is an original document. 2. A backbencher shall not table a copy of a public document unless the copy has been certified as a true copy of the original document by the relevant head of government, ministry, department, or agency that has custody of the original document. End of quote. Honorable members, I have occasion to rule on a similar matter in the case of Mr. A. C. Mumba, Member of Parliament for Katanshi Parliamentary Constituency, against Honorable E. Sinkandu, MP, Minister of Youth, Sports and Arts, parliamentary debates for Friday, 22nd October 2021. In that case, Mr. A.C. Mumba, MP, asked whether the Honorable Minister of Youth, Sports and Arts was in order to mislead the House that the National Internship and Apprenticeship Program under his ministry would continue when the National Youth Development Council, which was responsible for the program, had issued a letter indicating that the program will end on 31st October 2021. To this effect, Mr. A. C. Mumba, MP, submitted to the office of the clerk an electronic copy of the letter referred to in his point of order. Mr. Mumba, MP, did not table the letter, and neither was the letter authenticated by the author. Authenticated by the author as required by Standing Order 139. I therefore ruled the letter inadmissible and consequently did not admit the point of order. Honorable members, back to the point of order in issue. Mr. S. Mushanga, MP, tabled a letter purported to be from a public officer, but the letter was not authenticated as required under Standing Order 139. Authentication of the letter is crucial to determine whether the Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development misinformed the House when he stated that Wacha constituency did not have any approved CDF projects. Therefore, in line with Standing Order 139, the letter is inadmissible as it is not authenticated as required by the rules, and consequently, Mr. Mushanga's point of order is admissible. I thank you. Can we have order, please? Order, honorable members. If you have a point or you have a complaint, you know the standing orders. They are very clear. They can provide a procedure. You can put it in writing and it will be attended to. We made these standing orders for ourselves, so let's comply with them. What is the point of order, honorable member for Wacha?
No, there is no point of order, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Sometimes the chair can be tiring, so you need to stretch your feet. Let's make progress. Matters of urgent public importance. The Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The matter of urgent public importance I wish to raise is directed at the Minister of Tourism. Madam Speaker, human-animal conflict has continued to escalate in Mantepa Ward in Chama North constituency, and the following are the affected villages: Mwimba, Nchiri, Kamwanyoli, Kapunduzi, Mbukuta, Matala, and Mantepa Center. Madam Speaker, more than 50 elephants have invaded these villages, and 70 fields of winter maize have been destroyed, and also 5 hectares of sweet potatoes have also been destroyed. Madam Speaker, it's not long ago, again, hippos invaded the same area and they destroyed the people's crops. Madam Speaker, this matter was actually reported to the wildlife authorities by the area councillor, Mr. Gondwe, and I also reported this matter to the area warden. And only 2 wildlife officers were dispatched to the area, and they were there only for 5 days, and they have since left. And Madam Speaker, the situation has become worse, that people now are not able to move from 15 hours up to 09 hours the following day. So the situation is so desperate, and if no urgent measures are taken, Madam Speaker, uh, the people, the lives, human life is under very, very serious threat. Madam Speaker, it must be noted that all successive governments have taken a laissez-faire approach to deal with the matter of human-animal conflict, and and if no urgent measures are taken, Madam Speaker, household food security and human life is under serious threat. I seek your indulgence, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kasanengwa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when you see children playing around the kitchen, it means maybe they are looking for some food. In this case, I'm coming back with an issue that has already been dealt with, but that has already been discussed on the floor of the House. But I feel, and most Zambians feel, especially the people of Kasenengwa, feel that this matter, Madam Speaker, has not been adequately addressed. And this matter, Madam Speaker, um, concerns the Ministry of Health in regards to persistent shortage of drugs in the health institutions. I remember, Madam Speaker, there was a ministerial statement on the floor of this House addressing this matter, but we have not seen any changes. I have, Madam Speaker, some newspaper extracts here. One of them says, drug shortages, politics at play, as the tenders for procurement of essential drugs keep getting cancelled. We are playing politics with people's lives. Another one says, Masebo's remarks annoy doctors. In this one, Madam Speaker, she was alleged to have said there's a serious pilferage in the health institutions by the health workers, and this angered doctors and other health workers. The other one, Madam Speaker, says shortage of drugs artificial. There are so many, I've just pulled these few. Madam Speaker, I owe nobody an apology, but I will say I do not think there is any one of us in here who goes to these local clinics to seek medical attention, because most of us, Madam Speaker, go to private clinics, and yet we have subjected our people, our voters, to mediocre health services. Madam Speaker, is the Minister of Health in order to sit quietly and watch people speculate on what is going on in the health institutions, instead of her coming to address the nation and tell us exactly what is going on? Is it politics at play? Is it that our health workers now have become thieves, like she alleged? Is it that this problem is just artificial? Madam Speaker, we need to know. We need the Minister of Health to address this issue, because it is posing a serious danger to our people. We are all at risk. Today, it becomes very abnormal when we find medicine in clinics, because shortages have become normal way of life, and this is threatening. Madam Speaker, I need your serious guidance in this matter. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Member for Namwala. Honorable Member for Namwala.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think there was just a mistake. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on this matter of urgent public importance due to two problems in Chama and Chama South in particular, which are intricately linked. It is the issue of human-animal conflict and hunger situation. Madam Speaker, we've experienced two very sad incidences in the past 2 weeks. The first incident, an elephant was chasing a person in Chief Chikwa. The only way that person could have escaped was by him jumping into the river. Unfortunately, as he was about to get out of the water, the crocodiles caught him, and we've not even recovered the body. Just yesterday in Chief Chifunda, Madam Speaker, another person in an area called Mapamba was again being chased by an elephant. And on the daily basis in Mapamba, we are losing not less than 3 houses from elephants. As people sleep, elephants come to destroy the houses, so as they follow food in their houses. Because people can no longer keep maize in their granaries. Instead, they keep maize in their houses, and elephants follow them in those houses. This sad incident, this person tried to run away. Unfortunately, he was caught by an elephant, killed, and thrown away. It was around, I think, midnight. People could not go out to look for the deceased. Instead, lions picked up the body. This is the true story. It's a true story. And ate that person. Only the head and part of the upper body was recovered. Madam Speaker, I've been liaising with the Minister of Tourism, including his peers. They've kept telling me we'll be looking into the matter. And we are now losing more lives. It's not that the people have settled where animals are, but we have had the unprecedented increase in the number of elephants because of the project done by Frankfurt Zoological Society, which is protecting these animals. The population has outstripped the habitat for these animals. Is there anything that our government can do to ensure that people's lives are safeguarded? The second issue which I mentioned that is intricately linked to this problem is the hunger situation. In my constituency, Madam Speaker, when people plant, from planting to harvest, they have to sleep outside. When you just plant, you abandon your homes, you have to sleep outside until you harvest. Madam Speaker, the former Minister of Tourism, who didn't do anything now, is trying me to add, because I also presented this problem to him. Madam Speaker, when people plant until they harvest, they sleep outside. As a result, a lot of our people, as I speak, Madam Speaker, in the entire constituency do not have food. That 50 number of elephants which my colleague from Chama North has mentioned, it's now that they have that problem, they are coming from Chama South. And that is nothing, because in Chama South, when elephants invade a field, it takes just minutes. They would have wasted everything. Is Her Honor the Vice President in order, or the acting leader of governing business, who I can see, Madam Speaker, smiling there, in order to keep quiet and do nothing when the people in Chama South are starving, and the Minister of Tourism, is he in order also to keep ignoring my requests when we have now started losing lives? I can assure you, Madam Speaker, if nothing is done, more lives will be lost. I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lomezi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and permit me from the onset, Madam Speaker, to mention that I rise on Standing Orders 134, directed at the leader of government business. Madam Speaker, one man's meat is another man's poison. What could be considered not to be important could be very important for our people. Madam Speaker, in Lumezi Chief Chikomen area, borders with Malawi in Kasungu, elephants have now migrated from Malawi, coming into Lumezi Chief Chikomen's area, yet those elephants have their tracking systems, knowing very well that on the valley side of Lumezi, we also have our game management areas, that animals are equally harassing the people in Chief Manya's area, Chief Chitungulu's area, Chief Kazembe's area. The only safe part is Chief Zumwanda's area. 5 chiefdoms are under attack from wildlife animals. Madam Speaker, it's quite sad that we've got to raise this matter of animals in the presence of our visitors, but we feel duty bound that we seek your serious ruling on this matter. It's quite urgent and it's life-threatening. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Madam Speaker, my matter of public agents goes, I don't know which ministry. I think the leader of government business has to take it up. Madam Speaker, every life in this country matters. And if you have driven in a road going to Eastern Province, going to Chipata, between Rwangwa Bridge and Nyimba, should I say Kachorora, a stretch of 60 kilometers. Madam Speaker, this is like a death trap for anyone, whether it's you driving, it's me driving. I mean, if it's a presidential motorcade driving, it's dangerous. Madam Speaker, today we had a fatal accident, 10 kilometers to Nyimba. We've lost a mother and a kid, and a number of people are being attended now in the hospital. They haven't yet briefed me. The question I have, Madam Speaker, goes to, I think, the entire cabinet, but the minister, the leader of government business will take it up. Madam Speaker, in Nyimba district, I think it's the biggest district today, geographically in Eastern Province. This is the district, Madam Speaker, without a single hospital. This is a district, Madam Speaker, where we've taken administration block of a hospital which is supposed to be built as an hospital. no facility in it. To make the matters worse, Madam Speaker, in this district, we do not have something we can call a mortuary. The mortuary we have, Madam Speaker, which we repaired last, I think last 6 months, which broke down again 2 weeks ago, it can only accommodate 4 bodies. And Madam Speaker, the nearest hospital, which is fully equipped and managed by Catholic Church.
Order, Honorable Member for Nyimba. I'm even getting. There is a point of order. The Honorable Member for Chama South wants to raise a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm standing on a point of order based on to our article, Standing Order 65, which says members should provide factual and verifiable information on the floor of this House. Is the Honorable Member for Nyimba, in order to mislead this August House that there is no single hospital in Nyimba, when I know in Nyimba there is a hospital, in case he doesn't know, when he... Madam Speaker, I want to give him the direction of where this hospital is located. Madam Speaker, as you enter Nyimba, you cross a bridge. Within about 200 meters, you turn left as you are going to Chieftainess Mwape. There's a nice, modern, quite good hospital there. Is it in order to mislead? Maybe he wants UTH to move to Nyimba. I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Can we have some order? Can we have some order, please? Honorable members, we need to make progress. Can we have order? There is a point of order that has been raised against the Honorable Member for Nyimba by the Honorable Member for Chama South, relating to giving verifiable and correct information and facts. I was actually surprised when the Honorable Member for Nyimba stood up to start talking, raising a matter of urgent public importance. He started talking about an accident. Then I got lost. He started talking about hospital. At one point, I thought he was also talking about elephants. So, order. Hospital and mortuary. So, Honorable Member for Nyimba, please, as you raise your matters of urgent public importance, be specific. That way, it will give me a leeway on how to tackle your matter of urgent public importance. Can you be precise and concise, to the point, so that we can identify the matter of urgent public importance and which minister you are directing that matter to? You were saying to the whole cabinet. Now I don't even know which cabinet minister. And finally, you said the acting leader of government business. The issues of hospitals is the Minister of Health. The issue of roads is the Minister of Infrastructure. Elephants is the Minister of Tourism. So which one is it? Honorable Member, can you wind up?
Yeah, Madam Speaker, sorry, when people trying to justify their failures, they bring in some issues which they don't understand.
Order.
Madam Speaker, the Minister of Infrastructure this year, and in this very house, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Infrastructure promised that the Nyimba District Hospital will be completed in June this year. The Nyimba District Hospital will be completed this year. It's not completed, meaning there's no hospital. That's how it is.
Order. Honorable Member for Nyimba, I think your issue you can follow up with the minister. Let's move, make progress. The honorable member for Lunte.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise.
Order, first of all, honorable government whips, please, can you assist? There is too much noise in the house. Honorable member for Lunte, proceed.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate and I do rise on a matter of urgent public importance, directing it to the leader of government business in the House. Madam Speaker, this particular issue relates to the threat posed on our democracy by the actions of the Electoral Commission of Zambia. Madam Speaker, just tomorrow, Thursday, there will be an election in Luangwa. Tomorrow, Thursday, there should have been an election in Kwacha and in Kavushi. The Electoral Commission of Zambia has printed ballot papers for these three by-elections. Madam Speaker, there is not a single stakeholder, whether participating in this election or not, who is aware where ECZ printed these ballot papers. There is not a single stakeholder who is aware when these ballot papers arrived in the country, that is, if they were printed outside of the country. There is not a single participant who is aware how these ballot papers have been transported from wherever they were kept here in Lusaka to the various localities where elections are taking place. Madam Speaker, this is the first time in the history of our democracy that ECZ is conducting itself in this manner. Madam Speaker, this new way of secrecy in the...
Order, honorable member for Lunte. I don't want to curtail, but I'm aware that the matters relating to Kwacha and Kavushi are now pending before the High Court. Kwacha and Kavushi, they are pending before the High Court. And you know our rules. Once a matter is before court, we cannot delve into it. And the issue of printing of ballots and the transportation thereof does not qualify to be raised as a matter of urgent public importance. I'm sure you can ask an urgent question if you really want that. Because if this house doesn't do anything right now, what catastrophe is going to happen? Nothing. So you can put in a question if you are interested in having that matter answered. But the matter is in court. And separation of powers that we always talk about, we want to keep away from matters that are already pending before court. I think we have exhausted. I've dealt with Lunte. I know you are not satisfied, but I don't want to be drawn into discussing a matter that is pending in court. I know that there is going to be even a ruling tomorrow, so let's leave that. If there are any issues that will arise, they can be raised later, not now. So let's now go to the various issues that have been raised, because they are all talking about the human-animal conflict. I'll deal with all of them at one go. There is a matter that has been raised by the Honorable Member for Chama North, the Honorable Member for Chama South, and the Honorable Member for Lumezi. The three matters of urgent public importance that have all been raised relate to the conflict between animals and human beings. And to my recollection, the issue of matter, the conflict of human-animal conflict, has previously been brought before this House. And various statements, ministerial statements, have been made in relation to this problem. And it's not only in Chama, it's also in Sioma, it's also in other various areas. So it appears that this is a general state of affairs that is found in constituencies that live in border areas with national parks. The Minister of Tourism has been before this House, has made statements and has made assurances. And we know the procedure before this Honorable House. If a statement is made and assurances are made, we can follow it up with the committee dealing with government assurances. Even if another statement is presented before this Honorable House, this problem seems is going to stay with us as long as we have people living in game park areas, and we cannot avoid the human conflict. But what is important is how are we going to manage this problem? If there's need for people to be relocated, maybe that will be a better solution. But animals have got rights also. We cannot get rid of animals because they are causing human conflict and they are causing hunger in the area. So, honorable members that have raised this, I suggest that you pick up the matter with the Government Assurances Committee or the Committee on Government Assurances so that you can follow up on the assurances that were delivered before this honorable House by the Minister of Tourism to see how this problem can be addressed. Even if we did, like I've said, even if a ministerial statement was ordered to be delivered before this honorable House, that problem will not be gotten rid of. So all the three matters of urgent public importance that have been raised, unfortunately, I understand that they are very important, but unfortunately, they are not admitted. Honorable members can use other means to follow up and find recourse for the members of, for their constituents living in these areas so that this problem can be addressed. That is my guidance on the matter. So we can make progress. Question for oral answer, understanding order 76. Oh, Kasanengwa, sorry. Kasanengwa was on. Oh, sorry, let me. Sorry. Kasanengwa, yes. Kasanengwa was on shortage of medicines. And the issue of medicines is not a new issue that has been raised. It has been raised previously before this honorable House, and the Minister of Health has made, I think, a number of ministerial statements before this House touching on this same matter. And the shortage of medicine does not only affect Kasanengwa. I think it's also another general state of affairs obtainable the whole country over. So since the matter is of that phenomena, I believe that a ministerial statement will not resolve the issue. What is important is the minister having made a ministerial statement and assurances having been made, and that's why we have a committee on government assurances. The honorable member can have recourse to that committee to see whether or not the government has complied with those assurances. It will not serve any purpose directing the Honorable Minister of Health to deliver a statement again, because it will just be another statement. Thank you. So we make progress. Question for oral answer, understanding order 76. The Honorable Member for Nakonde.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Question number 8.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Mr. Simumba, the Honorable Member for Nakonde, has asked 3 questions, Madam. Number 1, whether the farming inputs for the 2022-2023 farming season have been procured. And number 2, if so, why the government has not started distributing the inputs under the Farmer Input Support Program to fertilizer depots countrywide. And number 3, if the inputs have not been procured, what urgent measures are being taken to ensure procurement is done before the onset of the rainy season? Madam Speaker, on A, the procurement process of the farming inputs for the 2022-2023 farming season is in progress and is actually nearing completion. B, the distribution of inputs will commence once the procurement process is completed. And C, the procurement process is targeting suppliers who are manufacturers and or major distributors and or have sufficient stock in the country. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions, if any. The Honorable Member for Mpika.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to ask a follow-up question on the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. And thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for that statement. Madam Speaker, the people of Mpika are very, very worried. Those in Kasenga, Mufubushi, Mwamfushi, Kaole, and other areas are very much worried because this is September and this is when government has embarked on a biometric data collection for feasible beneficiaries. Not only that, Madam Speaker, those old beneficiaries are being weaned. And government, in collection of that data, they are requesting for fingerprints from the Electoral Commission of Zambia database. Those that did not register as voters, Madam Speaker, will not be able to be registered as beneficiaries of feasible. Not only that, Madam Speaker, they are also being asked to do a self-deposit as an individual of user fees. And also the collection of farming inputs, Madam Speaker, will be done as an individual. Unlike in the past where cooperatives would put the money together and collect the farming inputs. This will disadvantage, Madam Speaker, the old
Member, what's the point of clarification?
This will disadvantage the old-aged, Madam Speaker, and the disabled. Madam Speaker, my question is, Honorable Minister, right now you are saying the procurement process is done and completed. Yet in the paper today, ZPPA has cancelled the tenders as it was merged with irregularities. Honorable Minister, can you tell the Zambian people the correct position regarding this exercise? Madam Speaker, we are talking about the food security of our nation, which the Honorable Minister should not play with politics of deceit and conmanship. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, as you ask, please ask, can you ask supplementary questions? Honorable Member from Mpika, can you withdraw your last statement?
Madam Speaker, I withdraw and ask the Minister of Agriculture when he will come to the House and tell the Zambian people the correct position regarding the 2023-2022 farming season input delivery. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member, Honorable Francis Kapianga of Mpika, has asked a number of questions. Ideally, I could have only answered one, Madam Speaker, as per the rules, but because of the importance of the issues that the Honorable Member has raised, and because of the high respect I have for the Honorable Member, I will take time to answer all your questions, Honorable Sir. Madam Speaker, yes, this year we are going to use biometrics.
There is an indication for a point of order. Honorable Member for Mong.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What's the point of order?
I rise on point of order number 66 on parliamentary language. The previous member of parliament. Huh?
He has
I withdraw, Madam Speaker.
Can we have some order? There are too many speakers in this house. Huh? May the Honorable Minister continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through that question, may I inform the nation and the House that indeed, Madam Speaker, this year we are going to be very, very strict with whom we are going to deal with. Very, very strict, because we want to target, we want to reach the target farmers who are going to receive these free, almost free, highly subsidized inputs. So we are not going to give these inputs to people who are traders and to people who do not exist. We are going to do a thorough job. Therefore, Madam Speaker, some of the issues that the Honorable Member has raised are not correct, and I take time to explain. Biometric information we are taking is mainly to look at a picture of the targeted farmer and to see, to ensure that this targeted farmer is indeed existing and could exist on one, the ECZ database, on two, the National Registration Card database, three, the NAPSA database, four, the database with the civil service payment. We want to make sure that we are dealing with the Zambians and the real farmers. We have got a register of all the farmers. We are only mirroring this information on the different information that we have in the country. So let us go out there and be happy with the program and tell the farmers that this is for their own benefit. So I am not going to stand here to try to please any farmer who does not cultivate. We are here for the actual vulnerable but viable farmers, and we have no regrets about this. Madam Speaker, yes, no farmer is going to send another one to collect their inputs. They have to go themselves to get identified. That's why we are using these biometric, indications. So we are not going to change on that. No, there will be no stealing. There will be no stealing. Madam Speaker, the final issue that the Honorable Member, Honorable Kampianga raised.
Minister, the use of the word stealing, maybe misappropriation.
Madam Speaker, there will be no mischief in the collection of inputs. We will capture whoever wants to be mischievous. So if you come with a truck and you say, I'm collecting for society A, B, C, it will not happen. You come, you are a farmer, you come and collect the inputs yourself so that we identify you. And this is what the people were crying for. Madam Speaker, the last item that the Honorable Member raised was on ZPPA having cancelled the tender. I can confirm that that is very, very true. The system that we had adopted of an open tender so that we could have more Zambians participating other than a selective tender had some technical flaws which were missed by our technical experts. And we are not ashamed to say we were corrected, we were told you made a mistake there, you made a mistake there, and immediately, Madam Speaker, we adopted another method, and that method should be concluding today or tomorrow. And I can stand here and confidently say to you, Madam Speaker, and to the House and to the nation, but by next week, fertilizer will be moving and going to the different destinations in this country. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's really worrisome listening from the Honorable Minister of Agriculture. Yesterday he was assuring us that there will be food security. And yet he knows that from the way farming inputs were distributed last year, production for last year's season has been extremely poor. And the looming hunger, which my colleague spoke to yesterday, is real. Because all of us who have returned from the constituencies will be able to testify, Madam Speaker, that the FRA who have stopped buying maize prematurely, there is no depot where you can find reasonable stocks of maize. And that's very real. Everybody who is coming from the rural constituency knows that. Now, you are saying the process is yet to be completed. When His Excellency the President returned from Tanzania, he flagged off the process. He put a red flag on the process of, and told the nation that there were some corrupt practices that were noted in the process. At that point, we expected that your ministry could have made remedies and attended to that situation. Today, we have woken up to screaming headlines of the tender being cancelled. Yesterday, you were making assurances, Honorable Minister. This is September. How sure are you, with all those biometric collection of data, for our poor farmers who walk long distances, and we are yet to know where you are going to correct the biometrics from, whether you follow our farmers in the villages or you ask them to go to the district? What assurance are you giving to our farmers in Shiwangandu, Nabwariachiombo, that they are going to receive their input before the onset of the rains? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And thank you so much, Honorable Kampyongo, Senior MP, for that observation. Number one, food security. I can assure you, Honorable Kampyongo, that Zambia is absolutely food secure. In fact, we are a given example in the region. Our food is being sent as far as East Africa, parts of Southern Africa, all over. We are actually becoming a feeding basket for our colleagues. So I'm very, very proud to tell you that, yes, we are very food secure. Food security can be defined very easily. One, people should have the capacity to find the food, but most importantly, the food should be there. I will combine this with your third point when you talked about FRA purchases. Madam Speaker, I'm extremely delighted to report to the nation through this House that FRA had targeted to buy 170,000 metric tons. As we are talking, FRA reached the target and crossed the target. They have fresh maize, 220,000 metric tons, over and above what we had planned to buy. In fact, what we don't have is the money, because if we had the money, there is so much cry in Southern Province, in Eastern Province, in Northwestern Province. There is so much maize. I don't blame Honorable Kampiong, because the area where he's from, a lot of maize has crossed to neighboring countries. So some of your depots could look empty. But look at the country, come to the office, Honorable, and I'll show you the statistics. We have so much maize. What we don't have is the money to comb the maize. So FRA has done its job to expectation. In fact, it's above expectation. Please be happy with that information. Madam Speaker, in terms of poor distribution of inputs last year, Honorable Kampyongo don't scratch yourself, because that program was the program we found. And I struggled. You made a lot of fun of me here when I used to you say, we will move the fertilizer, we'll do this. I was answering on your behalf, the previous government. But we didn't look at that. Our aim was to do the right thing for the country. The program where it failed, up to now, fingers are being pointed at me and the new government, which is very wrong. The fertilizer which was not given, which Honorable Twasa was talking about yesterday, is from the previous government's poor identification of suppliers. One of your suppliers, up to now, has not supplied 17,000 metric tons of fertilizer after being paid in full. Now, if you, Madam Speaker, if you are very observant, colleagues, because of the gravity of the ministry which I handle, I do not go into simple and, primary discussions. That's why I take no offense if I'm called a conman, which was very wrong. But we should be serious with this. We should be very, very serious with the Minister of Agriculture and be unified as a country, because hunger doesn't choose political parties. So I just wanted to let you know, Honorable, through the Speaker, that even those who were not given fertilizer because of the shortcoming of the previous suppliers, we have taken it upon ourselves that they will not pay the 400 kwacha contribution. We are going to give them the input that they didn't get this season. That's how caring and superior the program is this season. Madam Speaker, the other point which the Honorable Member raised is the issue of collection. Where are farmers going to collect their inputs? There will be no change. It will be exactly as it was last season. Just like we did with the satellite depots to buy, so it will be with the fertilizer. If fertilizer in Shiwangandu was at point A, B, and X, we are going to take it at point A, B, and X. No deduction, no addition. So the farmers will not be inconvenienced. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, if you have a question, don't debate while seated. Indicate you'll be called upon. Because I realize the importance of this subject, I'll give it sufficient time so that honorable members can ask their questions, and also so that the people of Zambia are reassured on how the distribution of inputs is going to be done. The honorable member for Pambashe.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you. Welcome back to all the members of Parliament, including you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to speak to the conscience of the Minister. Minister, Zambia is not Lusaka and Copperbelt. Zambia has 10 provinces, 116 districts, 156 constituencies. Madam Speaker, in the case of Pambashe, he is aware that the Kawambwa is the food basket. Everything produced in Kawambwa put together in Wapra province, we surpass. And the biggest is Pambashe constituency, that you know. Madam, there is an area in Pambashe called Chimpiri, 150 kilometers away from the bomb, the town center. Then the minister is saying collection of 6 bags will be placed at the center. Previously, the farmers would put contribution together to have the fertilizer be moved by the transporters to the nearest point. I think the Minister for Wapura knows. Now you are saying every farmer must move 150 kilometers to go and collect 6 bags from the center at a cost and transport him back to Chimpidi, Minister. And this is mid-month September. Minister for Wapula, you know that the rain in Wapula started falling. And the minister is talking about the procedure of procurement, which is not yet complete. And the minister is good at making assurances that as I'm speaking, the trucks are roaring and fertilizers being delivered. It never happened. I understand. Maybe it is the system that failed. Now you are assuring the Zambian people that next week
even before the procurement processes are concluded. You haven't even signed with the contractors. You are saying by next week the fertilizer will be delivered in all parts of Zambia. Bearing in mind the challenges and difficulties a poor farmer in Chimpiri constituency is going to encounter to go and deposit 400 kwacha, moving 150 kilometers, again to go and move, to go and collect 6 bags of fertilizer. Minister, don't you see that next year the challenge of food in Zambia will be a dangerous situation that we, as a government collectively, we may fail to support the Zambian people that are eager to sustain themselves? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the points raised by the Honorable Member for Pambashe. Maybe just a point of correction for the Honorable Member. Check the production figures of Pambashe against Kalomo. You might be surprised to note that Kalomo produces quite a lot, and therefore you cannot say Pambashe is a food basket. There are other districts which, or if it is in Luapula, I withdraw my position. Now, to get to the point, Madam Speaker, there has never been a time when farmers in this country collect inputs in September. I would ask anybody in here to stand and challenge me on this. I've been in this industry for years, more than 30 years. All my life I've done only maize and fertilizer and things. You don't give out inputs in September. So let us not be alarming. Let's not alarm the nation. Let's not alarm the nation. We will deliver, and farmers will get their inputs on time. What we have done is to give more people to supply than limited, and therefore the capacity is there. I want to give assurance to the nation that we will deliver fertilizer and there will be good production in this country. Madam Speaker, that was the thrust of the Honorable Senior Member, I think, debate. Are you able to deliver on time because the season is very close? I think the answer to you, Honorable, is yes, through the Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nakonde.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Equally, the people of Nakonde are very worried, and the question which they're asking is, in an event that, Madam Speaker, we haven't received.
Order. Order. There is an indication from the Honorable Member of Pambashe for a point of order. What's the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The point of order, Madam Speaker, is to our standing order 206 that gives me and the Zambian people a chance for government to answer questions as they are put to them. And number 65 that speaks to factual statements, more especially ministers. And I sympathize with him. I said, maybe it is the system. Madam Speaker, I asked the precise questions. And my questions were, the concerns by individual farmers is real, moving 150 kilometers to go and pay for, to go and deposit 400 kwacha in their individual capacity. Second, to move from Chimpiri 150 kilometers to go and collect 6 bags of fertilizer. The cost associated with the movements, because every government must be there to save the people that are not able to stand for themselves. This is not for Pambashi. I'm speaking for people of Monze. I'm speaking for people of Kaputa.
Order,
I'm speaking
Member for Pambashe.
And then the minister has not answered my question, Madam Speaker. And for the minister to say there has never been.
Order.
So sorry, Madam.
What you are doing, Honorable Member, you are now rebutting what the Honorable Minister said. You rose on a point of order. What is the rule that has been breached? You said 206. 206 deals with the dress code. Order. I think the honorable member for Pambashe has sufficiently debated his point of order. Let's make some progress. Honorable member for Nakonde.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As I was saying, the people of Nakonde are equally worried because mostly they receive these farming inputs earlier than this. Now, the minister has clearly stated to say we are going to receive on time. In an event that the people of Nakonde won't receive on time, what should they do? Because it's like this is the habit that we have been receiving. We have been promised a lot of promises, and these promises are not being done. What is it that the people of Nakonde are going to do in an event that they won't receive on time? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable member for Nakonde, maybe you can rephrase your question because what you are asking is speculative. Can you ask an actual situation, not speculative?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. What is it that the people of Nakonde will do to the government in an event that we won't receive this fertilizer on time? Thank you very much.
It's still the same. The effect is the same. The effect is the same. Anyway, since it was your question, I'll allow the Honorable Minister to respond.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the worry of the Honorable Member for Nakonde. All I can do is to assure him through you, Madam Speaker, that fertilizers, seed will be delivered, and be assured that they will be delivered on time. That is what we are discussing here. The issue, which was asked is on farming inputs for this season. And I want to assure you, and I am seriously assuring you, that we are going to give the people of Nakonde on time the seed they need and on time the fertilizer they need. That, be assured. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And further, in the event that the fertilizer is not assured, we have a committee called the National Government Assurances Committee, so you can visit that committee. The Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Minister. Clearly, those measures that you've put in place will ensure that those who were accessing this FISIP, we had a situation in Chama where we had received about 7 years ago 15,000 bags of fertilizer, which we didn't know where those bags of fertilizer were going. They ended up going into Malawi, started making follow-ups here and there. So those measures are very, very important, Honorable Minister. But coming to my question, point of clarification, Honorable Minister, clarify. It's a bit confusing, Madam Speaker. He has admitted that the tender has been cancelled. It is supposed to be re-advertised. If the tender is cancelled, I will assume that it was cancelled yesterday. You are supposed to give sufficient time, according to ZPP guidelines, for people to respond. Thereafter, there is a period which is given, and it's not less than 7 days, where those who have put in their bids should respond. And you award. That is when the procurement of fertilizer should start. But you have stated here that next week, fertilizer will start flowing. As early as next week. Are we not likely to face the same corrupt way where you have predetermined bidders? The thing which the president has been preaching to be against, because we don't want to come and arrest you over such things. Clarify, how are you going to ensure that you are now procuring the next week you even award and your fertilizer starts moving? I seek serious clarification on these points because we would want to come and protect him as my older brother when we take over government. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Order, order. Can we have some order? Can we have some order? The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, first let me pay gratitude to the kind words that you started your debate with in terms of what we are doing with the program. Thank you very much. I would like, in the same vein and in a very serious fashion, to give you assurance that we do not deal with food in a manner of joking. This is a serious issue. The responsibility that is on us is huge. Therefore, I want to assure you there are many ways in which tenders can be awarded. There are many ways in which tenders can be awarded. And in an event where you need to do things quickly, you take a measure that will not delay you. And I want to assure you that we have followed the law to the letter, and fertilizer companies will be identified, supplied, and we are going to deliver. That I want to give you assurance. Mine is to give you assurance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable members. I've noticed a tendency. Order. I've noticed a tendency of members debating before they are being called upon to debate, and also debating while they are seated, in total breach of our standing orders. Please, honorable members, I'm referring you back to the standing orders on how you should conduct yourselves while in the House. Can we have some order so that we can follow the questions and the answers that are being provided, so that when our turn comes, we don't have to ask the same question? Honorable members, can we adhere to the standing orders, please? The Leader of Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, your government is known for being methodical and meticulous in the manner that they execute business. The dealings around the procurement of fertilizers, we've all been concerned. It doesn't show any methodical or meticulous approach. Is it that the cancellation of this particular tender is deliberate and designed to allow you an opportunity to yet again award these contracts to friends as you did previously? I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I am very grateful to receive a question from the Leader of the Opposition. Maybe for me to start by reminding the Leader of the Opposition that this is the first time that we are buying fertilizers. The past 2 seasons, your government had identified whom to supply for 2 seasons continuous. So, for you to indicate, sir, the way you did through the Speaker could be slightly erroneous. This is the first time that we are buying fertilizers. Madam Speaker, having said what I said, I would like to assure the Leader of the Opposition that procurement of a product worth more than 300 million US dollars is not going to be done in a manner that is not accountable. If you will have the facility to question, check, and examine the whole process once it is over. The process we had embarked on was one of the most transparent processes that fertilizer procurement has ever experienced in this country. Unfortunately, there was a technical error, not a fraudulent error, but a technical error. There's a huge difference there. And in respect of what ZPPA guided, we didn't argue. And we said, let it be. But we will use a quicker methodology, to which you will be privileged to. The House here, Madam Speaker, is privileged to any information. There can be no secret. And you will be free to examine, to check what it is going to be. So, Madam Speaker, that is as far as I can say, because the process is ongoing. I thank you.
Order. The Honorable Member for Chiwangani.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I rise on a point of order pursuant to Standing Order 65, that the information we bring to this August must be factual and verifiable. The Honorable Minister, responding to the question from the Leader of Opposition, has informed this August House that his government never purchased fertilizer for the last year's farming season. He is on record, Madam Speaker, of coming to this August House to confirm that they had single-sourced one Alpha Commodities to supply fertilizer to Southern Province and other regions at the cost of $1,400 per metric ton, which was $400 more than the price which was purchased, at which fertilizer was purchased from the other suppliers. Is in order, Madam Speaker, to mislead this August House and the nation at large that they never purchased fertilizer for this farming season, their own purchasing this year. I seek your serious guidance, Madam Speaker.
It's very difficult for me to recollect that statement of whether fertilizer was bought or not bought. Is the Honorable Member have any information that can be laid on the table which can assist me to address that?
Madam Speaker, I can gladly do that. If you can reserve a ruling, I'll be available to provide that information.
In that case, then a ruling reserved. It's now 16:05. We have spent a lot of time on this question. I will allow only two more questions, and this will be the Honorable Member for Bangweulu, Chairman North, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister mentions that the distribution of farming imports will be by metrics.
Order, Honorable Member for Chama. There is a point of order on who, Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's in pursuant to Article, our Standing Orders number 65. The Minister of Agriculture mentioned that there is a supplier in the past who was paid full amount and never supplied about 17,000 metric tons. That involves a lot of money, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for Chama South, at the time that you stood to raise your point of order, the Honorable Member for Chama North was on the floor. Because I had already dealt with the point of order that was raised by Honorable Member for Chiwangani. So your point of order has come too late. If you have any complaint, you can put it in writing to address that point of order that you want to raise. The Honorable Member for Chama North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Minister says that they'll use the ECZ database to actually identify beneficiaries. Honorable Minister, we have Jehovah's Witnesses who don't register as voters, but that does not make them not qualified to be citizens. So how are you going to deal with are you telling us that those Jehovah's Witnesses will not benefit from the FISIP? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I thank the Honorable Member for that question. What I indicated, Madam Speaker, were a number of options and variables which we are going to use to try and identify. And ECZ, in fact, if I did mention it, is only one. There are many others. So you shouldn't worry that we will skip out those who do not engage in voting. They will still be captured. The primary document which is used to identify a Zambian is the national registration card. But over and above this, because of the mischief that has developed on the fertilizer, procurement and distribution over years, we want to see if we can clip off some of this mischief. And as a consequence, we are going to use a number of variables to identify farmers. And I would expect, Madam Speaker, Honorable Mtacharo to be very happy, because then we will actually target the real, genuine farmers, not those who get a fertilizer, a truckload, and take it across to sell it in other bordering countries. That is not the target. What we want to do is to give as much fertilizer as possible to the Zambian farmer. This is heavily, heavily subsidized fertilizer that we are talking about. So we want the subsidy to go to the right beneficiaries. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The last question will be from the Honorable Member for Bangweulu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister of Agriculture, you've just confirmed that the procurement process of fertilizer for 2022-2023 farming season has come to a halt, has been cancelled. And you are informing this House that this is due to a technical problem. Now, this technical problem, was it deliberate on your part as a ministry so that you could come around the ZDF Act, which in fact allows a single sourcing when there is a crisis? So was this technical problem a creation of a crisis so that you could single source? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The obvious answer, Honorable for Bangweulu, is no. Madam Speaker, we are talking of a lot of money here, a lot of Zambian money here. And I wish that the honorable members would have confidence that the people who are engaged into this procurement process are serious and would like to make sure that the right things are done. This is a very transparent process, and you are free, especially as members of parliament, to check through what would have happened. So there is no intent, Honorable Member for Bangweulu, for mischief at all. This has come about because probably of an error or an oversight, and in order to correct that oversight, given the time which is there will be a different system used to procure the fertilizers. How I wished that things had been okay. I was going to be one of the most proud ministers of agriculture to inform the nation how transparent and how good and how wide people would have been captured in the process had it been allowed to go through. But out of respect of authority, we respected what ZPPS said, that there was an error and we had to redo the whole process, and redoing it under a lot of stress. So you will be free, honorable members, to examine the process once we have identified who can supply fertilizer, and you should be free to audit it and see if there will be any error. Everything will be done to book and correctly, because that is the way the current government would like to run, transparently and correctly. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Questions for oral answer, understanding order 74. The Honorable Member for Luansha.
Madam Speaker, question number 9.
Thank you. The Honorable Acting Minister of Health.
Madam, thank you very much. And thank you, Honorable Member of Parliament for Luansha, who wishes to know and is asking the Minister of Health when the Chiwolia Mini Hospital and Chifulube Clinic in Luansha Parliamentary Constituency will become operational, and at B, what the cause of the delay in operationalizing the health facility is. Madam Speaker, Chivolia Health Facility in the Luansha Parliamentary Constituency is an urban health center and not a mini hospital. Chivolia Urban Health Center is currently operational. However, the pediatrics building, which was completed in 2021 and is affiliated to the Thompson Hospital, is yet to be operationalized. Chifulube is also a health post in Chifulube Resettlement Scheme area. It comprises a health post building, a ventilated improved pit latrine, and a borehole fitted with a hand pump. The health post isn't operational. Madam Speaker, as stated above, the cause of the delay in the operationalization of the pediatric building is due to the inadequate equipment and human resource, whereas Chifulube Health Post is not operational because of a health post does not have staff accommodation. The nearest health facility to this one is Franco Urban Health Center and is approximately 6 kilometers, and this would mean the nearest area where health care workers would have to live and commute in the absence of a staff house and accommodation in the Chifulube Health Post. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions, if any. The Honorable Member for Chinsali.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I had pressed when there was that previous question. So when that session ended for the previous question, the screen was not cleared.
Okay, the Honorable Member for Solwes, is it? Mwinilonga wants to raise a point of order. What's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, I rarely raise point of orders, and I want to say that my point of order is not found in the is not found in the standing orders, but I want to ride on the principle of exception. Madam Speaker, is this House in order? Previously, we were given notebooks where we could communicate within the House with our colleagues. And part of the reason why there is noise around, and I could see, Speaker, you are struggling to contain the noise around, is because we cannot communicate with our colleagues when we want to pass information. Yeah. Is this House in order to keep us without notebooks where we could communicate with our colleagues within the House? Yeah. I need your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I direct the clerks at the table to provide the necessary stationery. The Honorable Member for Luansha. Honorable Member for Luansha, supplementary questions?
Have none.
Oh, thank you. The Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Acting Minister for Health. Minister, I heard you in your answer mentioning that Chivolia Clinic is a health post and not a main hospital. I am made to understand, Madam Speaker, that when they embarked on this project, it was announced that it was going to be a referral or health mini hospital for the children to decongest Thompson Hospital, where children who were not supposed to be there were mixed with the odd. Now I am told that Chivolia Mini Hospital is in operational. I am wondering as to when it was opened, because I'm coming from the constituency and I pass through Chivolia, and I don't see any activities, Madam Speaker, indicating the operationalization of the same. Could the minister categorically state as to when it was opened? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Acting Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, let me thank the honorable colleague for that follow-up questions. The details are as follows: that the government, through the Ministry of Health, has provided in the 2022 Ministry of Health budget fund for the procurement of medical equipment and the pediatrics building at the Chivolia Urban Health Center. As you recall, I said that the pediatric wing is the one that is not yet open, and it is yet to open at this facility. The pediatrics building is expected to be operational after the procurement of the equipment. And just to give the colleague, the MP for Ron, some comfort, this is how we intend to do it, that soon there will be 4 registered nurses for the pediatric clinic, 8 Zambia enrolled nurses, 4 clinical officers, general, 4 laboratory technicians, 1 pharmacy technician, 1 environmental health technologist, 2 psycho counselor, 3 cleaners, 1 outdoor worker, 1 medical recording clerk, 1 laboratory attendant, and 2 radio technicians. At this point, Honorable Member of Parliament, you will then see activities in the pediatric wing of this facility.
Thank you. Let's make progress. Next question, the Honorable Member for Ron.
Question number 10, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member for Ron, Honorable J. Chibuye, asked the Ministry of Home Affairs and Internal Security the following questions. A, when the government will replace the only motor vehicle at Ron Police Station, which has been out of service for the past 1 year? And B, what the cause of the delay in replacing the motor vehicle is? Our response, Madam Speaker, is as follows. Government will replace the only motor vehicle at Ron Police Station, which has been out of service for the past 1 year, once the resources are made available by government, and in taking into account that we have already made a commitment on the floor of this House that we are going to buy police motor vehicles for all constituencies in this country. The delay in repairing the motor vehicle is due to insufficient budgetary allocations, but this will be taken care of by the purchase of the vehicles which are doing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Supplementary questions, Honorable Member for Ron.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Home Affairs and Internal Security. Madam Speaker, Ron constituency sits in a mining area, and of late there has been a lot of illegal activities in terms of mining illegal mining activities. And it is a pity, Honorable Minister, that Ron Police Station has for the past 2 years not been able to have an operational vehicle, and this has left the officer in charge with no option but most of the time to use his personal vehicle. Honorable Minister, you have stated that when resources or funds are available, the motor vehicles are going to be procured. I am asking you, with the generosity that we know you of, Honorable Minister, could you be in a position meantime or meanwhile to look at this motor vehicle, which I believe if you saw with your naked eyes, you will realize that it's a very intact vehicle, but the only problem is the nozzles that has gone out. Could you be in a position to help, Honorable Minister, in an interim, to help officers at Ron Police Station to have this vehicle mobile as we are waiting for enough resources? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Honorable Chibuye, for that supplementary question. I've taken note, Madam Speaker. I will look into the issue.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Looking at the importance of the district, or should I say Lone itself, because it's a town in the mining area. Then the minister is the one in charge of the police service, and I believe the drug enforcement and anti-corruption are under your ministry. Is it possible that you can get one of the vehicles, these good Land Cruisers you've seized from suspected criminals, so that we can take it back to, we can take one Land Cruiser to loan? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the follow-up question that is coming from my colleague, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Nyimba. I would like to inform this House that yes, there are a few vehicles that we have legally seized from those who obtained government resources illegally, and the process has been completed. But unfortunately, there are so many competing needs. As government, that is why, Madam Speaker, we made a decision that we have to procure motor vehicles for all constituencies. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, as a result of the COVID situation that afflicted the motor manufacturing industry in the last 3 years, there are very serious shortages of motor vehicles worldwide. The list of people wanting to purchase motor vehicles cannot be met by the manufacturers. The waiting list is more than 1 year. We are making efforts to procure these vehicles outside the country, and we are trying to ensure that these vehicles are provided and made available as soon as possible. But the problem we have is that there are no manufacturing companies that are able to provide motor vehicles almost immediately.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chenge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing the voice of Chengi to ask a follow-up question to the Minister. The Minister indeed had promised us that they're buying vehicles for all the constituencies. And we've also been receiving letters from the Zambia Police headquarters that we MPs, especially in my constituency, that we should purchase vehicles for the police using CDF. Now, what I wanted to find out from the Minister, when he talks about the COVID issue, I recently traveled, and I think the minister should try and contact Toyota and Ford. I don't know if it's, yeah. My question is, since there are vehicle dealers who have these vehicles, can you try to buy maybe in like in batches? There are certain car dealerships in South Africa who have these vehicles. Can you start buying in batches to allow other, emergencies like Ron to have at least one vehicle? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
I believe we are now overstretching this question. The question related to a purchase of a motor vehicle for Ron Police Station. But because the minister mentioned something, I don't want to open that question. We are running behind time, so if the honorable member wants to ask a specific question, she can put in a question in that respect. Can we make progress? Honorable member for Bangweru.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, you've just confirmed to this House and to the public that you are going to procure vehicles for all the 156 constituencies. But I do note that I do know for the fact that there are some constituencies that have no...
Order, honorable member, if you are listening, following the question, order. Following the question by the honorable member for Chiengi, I did guide that the particular question we are discussing relates to a purchase of a motor vehicle for Ron constituents only. Let's not stretch it to now bring in the issue of purchasing motor vehicles for all constituencies, because it's not related to the question that we are discussing. As I advised the honorable member for Chieng, if you want to ask a particular question in that regard, you can put another question so that the minister is well prepared to answer that question than to take him by surprise. Next question, the honorable member for Kanyama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 11.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam Speaker, Mr. Chinkuli, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kanyama Parliamentary Constituency is asking the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development at A, whether the ministry has any plans to replan Kanyama Township in Lusaka Urban District to provide for proper road network and social amenities. And at B, if so, when the plans will be implemented. At C, whether there are plans to compensate owners of the properties that will be demolished during the replanning exercise. And finally, at D, if there are no such plans, why? Madam Speaker, excuse me. In response to Mr. Chinkuli, the ministry wishes to respond as follows. At A, there is indeed a plan to replan Kanyama, and it is ongoing, and so far, government has prepared a draft local area plan for Kanyama settlement in accordance with the provisions of the Urban and Regional Planning Act number 3 of 2015. This is being done in liaison with the community as well as the cooperating partners such as the UN Habitat and German government through the development agency, the GIZ in short. The local area plan will pave way for upgrading of infrastructure such as roads, drainages in Kanyama parliamentary constituency. At B, the period of implementation of the local area plan is 5 years, beginning from the year 2023, and it will run through to the year 2028. At C, the government is working very closely with the community to ensure ownership of the upgrading process. Should any need arise for demolition exercise, the government is in agreement with the community and will establish an appropriate compensation mechanism. At D, because there is a plan to upgrade Kanyama, this particular D falls out, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Kanyama.
No further question, Madam. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Chinsali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, how much will this activity to replan Kanyama cost the government over the 5-year period that you've mentioned from 2023 to 2028? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Rural Development, Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam Speaker, a plan is a wish list. A plan is done on paper. Therefore, I would like to confirm that with the cooperating partners, this has come at no cost to government. We are yet to know how much it will cost when the actual plan is being implemented. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chiluvi.
Madam Speaker, I wanted to ask the Minister, especially on the follow-up question on the same. Bearing in mind that Kanyama is sophisticated, it sits on a rock. Apart from sitting on a rock, it has got problems with water reticulation, sewer system, and compounded to that, it is adjacent to the light industrial area, which is prone to chemical spillage and many other factors. Has all that been taken into consideration?
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam Speaker, thank you. The answer is yes, Honorable Member.
The Honorable Member for Kabwata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, I just wanted to find out what criteria are you going to use to identify properties that do have title deeds and those that do not have title deeds? What criteria are you going to use for you to do the compensation? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam Speaker, because of the noises that are coming right behind me, I missed the question. Maybe if you are kind, you can ask the member to repeat the question and I'll gladly answer.
May the Honorable Member for Kabwata ask the question. Please, Honorable Members, let's maintain some silence.
Honorable Minister, I was asking what criteria are you going to use to identify properties that have titles and those that do not have titles for you to effect that compensation? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Well, it's very, very clear now. Honorable Member of Parliament for Kawata. Part of the exercise is to do a demographic survey to understand who owns what structure, where, and where it is sitting against the existing connecting roads. It is only at this stage that whether one has a title or they do not have a title, a mechanism is going to be established, as it has always been done, to value. We are going to engage property valuers who are going to deal with this matter on a case-by-case basis and arrive at an offer to allow the owners of these properties to pave way under the law of compulsory acquisition for public good. I thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chienge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Minister has said that the local government is going to use GIZ as planners to replan Kanyama. So I just want to find out through you, Madam Speaker, what's the purpose of having town planners and provincial planners under his ministry? Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
Madam Speaker, it is really important to listen carefully when answers are being given. For the benefit of the colleague, can I just repeat the portion that is dealing with the cooperating partners? And this is what I said. The program to replant Kanyama is ongoing, and so far, government has prepared a draft local area plan in Kanyama settlement in accordance with the provisions of the Urban and Regional Planning Act number 3 of 2015. This is being done in liaison with community and the cooperating partners such as UN Habitat and the German government through the development agency GIZ. It is normal, it is a common phenomenon to engage cooperating partners to assist. This does not mean that government or even local authorities are void of planners. That's not what this answer is suggesting. But if the member does not appreciate the hands of the cooperating partners, who are many, by the way, USAID, if the MP for Chinsali, I'm sure, would attest to the fact that USAID is doing extremely a lot in Muchinga province under the integrated development plan process. And so if we do not show appreciation for people who come to offer helping hands, I really do not know then how we can proceed to develop our country.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, what we have noticed is that Kanyama and many high-density areas have had these seemingly conventional slum upgrade, or what you can call urban renewal, where conventional entities that have got a bit of money go to buy off certain property owners and then develop commercial properties on those pieces of land. You had a plan to do a comprehensive urban renewal, or what is referred to slum upgrade. Is that plan you are referring to speaking to that integrated
Order,
plan?
order. As the
Thank you,
time
Madam
is 16:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a health break.
Good afternoon. You're tuned into Parliament Television. The House has taken a break. Business resumes at 17 hours. And on the floor of the House was Shiwangandu Member of Parliament, Mr. Kampiongo, asking a follow-up question. This is in line with a question that was asked by Mr. Chinkuli of Kanyama, directed to the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development. The House is currently considering questions for answer under Standing Order number 74.
And still to come is the resumption of the motion of thanks, His Excellency the President's address, the motion of 13th September 2022. So shortly we'll take a break and we'll be back for more details. Remember, Madam Speaker did make 2 announcements and 2 rulings. We'll give you the details of those documents a little later.
There are only 2 times in the year when the President of the Republic of Zambia goes to the National Assembly, when then it is called Parliament. And the first is when the President goes to open Parliament, where he states his expectations over the coming business year. Unlike the general business year, the National Assembly or Parliament or governance year begins in September. So in September, the President goes there for the official opening of Parliament, which is the first time in the year, states what he's expecting from the members of Parliament and everybody in that particular premise. And then, yeah, the next time he goes there is, of course, just for the State of National Address. So official opening is basically setting the goals and objectives and the expectations of the President at the beginning of the business year in September.
My understanding of the term official opening of Parliament has to do with the launch of an event, so to say. At every event there has to be officiation, where we have a designated individual who's senior come through and sort of like declare the event as kicked off. And so the official launch of Parliament for me, from my understanding, is having the President of the Republic present in the House and officiating the deliberations that then proceed thereafter.
What I understand by the term official opening of Parliament is where the House is now officially opened, and from my knowledge the President is also present in the opening, so yeah.
So the official opening of Parliament is when, more especially after maybe elections, when the Speaker of the National Assembly summons a Parliament, and the President is actually invited to go and address the nation and official open Parliament. That is referred to as the official opening of Parliament. And Parliament has got its own sessions, like in this case we are in 13th session. So each session has got like annual sessions, which the President goes to officially address Parliament and official open.
The official opening of the President is when the President comes into office, probably into Parliament, and open Parliament for debates. That's what much I know. Then everything is opened now for debates and all that.
And you're watching the voice of the people, and like you heard from various voices out there, we are looking at the official opening of Parliament. What is the official opening of Parliament? My guest is the Deputy Principal Clerk under the Research Department here at the National Assembly, and this is Mr. Kawiwi Mubanga. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us and share with us what the official opening of Parliament is all about.
It's my pleasure, Person, to be with you this day.
What is your role here at the National Assembly as Deputy Principal Clerk and the Research Department?
Well, my role is very simple, is to provide guidance and supervision to senior research officers and research officers whose role is to provide information to members of Parliament. So my role is just to provide leadership and supervision to the senior research officers and the research officers in their everyday work as they serve members of Parliament.
We did get very interesting views from the local people out there on what they know about the official opening of Parliament. From the research point of view, what is the official opening of Parliament and its significance?
Well, it's a very important event in the parliamentary calendar. You notice that every assembly has these it is a 5-year tenure, and each of those years is actually divided into a session. So every of those years, or what I would call in simple language would be maybe a parliamentary calendar year, has to be opened by the President. Now the significance of that is that it's at that point when the President comes to give the Assembly and members of Parliament and the nation at large an idea of his developmental agenda for the next 12 months. So within that time now, the President will be able to tell, okay, within this current parliamentary calendar year, this is my legislative agenda, these are the bills, these are the laws we want to enact. This is in terms of our developmental agenda, this is the direction we want to take the nation on. He also takes advantage of that. It's important because it's also a time when the president gives a review of how the previous year was, what achievements, his government scored, what are some of the challenges that he actually experienced. So it's quite important because it really sets the tone for that particular year, so that even members, as they begin their work for that particular, they have an idea of what the executive have in store, what the executive intend to do. So even as they do the oversight, they already have an idea. So the president says he's going to do this. The president, these are his development agenda. So that even as they do it, they are actually their oversight, their criticism, as it were, is actually focused in line with what the president has stated he intends to actually carry out in that particular year.
For now, we'll just take a quick break and just watch when the President of the Republic of Zambia officially opened the 13th session of the National Assembly. Take a look at this.
This session marks the beginning of my first 5-year mandate as President of the Republic of Zambia. And I'm honored to be the first president to address this august House in the presence of the first female Speaker of the House. I thank the Almighty God for giving me and the United Party for National Development the opportunity to serve the people of this great country. My profound gratitude goes to the people of Zambia for the overwhelming election victory and trust in me as their president. I'm truly humbled by the responsibility that you, the Zambian people, have placed in our hands.
Well, that's the Republican president officiating Parliament sometime in September. Now, this is ceremonial. There are quite a number of activities lined up for that particular day. Maybe just highlight to the viewer out there the activities that do take place outside Parliament grounds and inside the chamber.
It's a very colorful event, and I would encourage our viewers really to take keen interest whenever the president comes to open. You notice that it's a state function. So you have judges of the superior courts who come, you have mayors coming, you have various government dignitaries coming. But in terms of the president, it's very, very colorful, as I've said. The president will come, of course, from State House, and as he approaches Parliament, he is going to come in that presidential and mounted escort. So you find that his official vehicle, it's surrounded by, not surrounded, but you have on the side, you have these horses. So as he comes, very, very small, slow motion, he's driving into Parliament. So you're driving into Parliament with his official vehicle, horses by the side, you come in. So the moment he reaches a point, the president will come out and he'll be received by the service chief, that's the army commander, ZAF commander, the Inspector General of Police. So these are the key service chiefs that will receive him. Thereafter, the president will go for the presidential salute. That's when you see the plane, the ZAF plane will pass as a mark of respect to the president. Thereafter, you come down to just to have that guard of honor. So you walk round where in that guard of honor that is mounted up by the Zambia army. So it's quite colorful. So after that, you see the president will come down. Then the speaker, would have walked from the chamber. Then we'll just go just below where the president will be. Then the president will be received. The president will be received by the speaker, and the wife the spouse to the speaker. So they were actually going to receive the president. Then the president will be walked into the chamber. So as he's walking into the chamber, on the side again, there'll be some dance troupe. Right? So it's quite colorful. So as they are escorting into the chamber, and outside that again, you see there will be a number of dancing groups, who are there providing the entertainment. So it's really quite entertaining. So as the president comes in, arrives, is escorted into the
Just before we move
yes.
into the chamber, there's also a 21 gun salute. Yes. What is the significance of that? I know you did talk about the fly past by Zambia Air Force.
Again, as I said, it's a mark of it's a part of a presidential salute. It's a mark of the respect that is given to the president. So it's part of the honor that is given to the president. As part of, the president is the head of state, so he's also the commander in chief. So that's part of the ceremony, is to mark that fact and to give the fact that this is the head of state. He is actually the commander in chief. So that's really a mark of the respect given to the commander-in-chief.
What happens inside the chamber when the president walks in?
So as the president walks in, he doesn't straight away come to the chamber to address the members of parliament. He will go to the speaker's office, where he's going to sign the visitor's book. So the president here is part of our ceremony. The president has to sign and put a message there of the impression of his impression of the whole event. So the president will do the signing, take some pictures with the honorable speaker. So once that is done, then the president, now at the right time, the president will be ushered into the chamber. So as the president, is walking into the chamber, as he's approaching the main entrance, there's going to be some drumming that we call ngoma ya bukali. So that will be done. So as he comes to the main entrance, the sergeant at arms will announce to the house that His Excellency the President and the Honorable Madam Speaker or Honorable Speaker are actually about to enter, and all members of Parliament, including the people in the visitors' chamber and also visitors' gallery rather, and also the diplomats and all the people invited, they are going to rise. And then the President, in a majestic way, will walk to the place where he actually offers their presidential address. It is at the point when the President asks all the people inside to sit. Before that, everyone is expected to stand until the president has actually asked them to sit. So even as the president comes inside, there's also another drumming, which signifies that now the president is actually entering.
What is the significance of the speech that is read by the president during the official opening of Parliament?
It's a president's speech that sets the tone of the direction that the government will take in that particular year. So because it actually gives the policy direction the president will take. Is it agriculture? Is it the economy, the environment, gender issues, and all those issues? So the president will give the policy direction. Okay, so through that speech, the president will give the policy direction that his government will take. At the same time, as I also mentioned, it also gives members of parliament an idea of how the government fared in the past year. Okay, so it will give a review. In the past year, this is how this is what we achieved. This we didn't achieve for this reason. So it sets the tone. So the members of parliament will have a clear idea of what the president and his administration intend to undertake in that particular.
After the presidential address, the following Tuesday, we see members of parliament debating the presidential speech. What is the significance of the debate?
Yeah, so it's so when the president has finished speaking, he, in a ceremonial way, again, he will hand over the speech to the speaker. The speaker will receive it. Thereafter, the vice president will request that the house adjourns so that members can go and study the president's speech. Now, the significance of the debate that begins the following Tuesday, which runs for about 10 days, is called the motion of thanks. Okay, so in that motion, the debate that ensues is that members now discuss, give their views on the various policy pronouncements made by the president. So it's to highlight their opinions, to highlight their views. So members of parliament, their role is to speak on behalf of the people. So there'll be those that will express their appreciation of the pronouncements made by the president, and then they'll also make proposals, okay, to the president. So, okay, this is what the president has said. This is what I, as the people's representative, this is what I think this should be implemented. This is the direction that the government should actually take.
As we come to the end of today's presentation of Voice of the People, what could be your concluding remarks?
Well, my concluding remark, person, will be to encourage our people and our viewers to take keen interest in what the president presents or says in that during the official opening, because it gives an idea, you know, so that you know exactly. So when things are happening, things are taking place, you know, okay, this is what the president said he was going to do.
Mr. Muvanga, so it's a pleasure having you on this platform.
Thank you, person.
Well, there you have it. I hope you've learned one or two things on today's presentation of Voice of the People. We're looking at the official opening of Parliament. And my guest on today's program was Mr. Kawiwi Muvanga, who is a Deputy Principal Clerk, Research Department here at the National Assembly of Zambia. My name is Posen Tindovi. Till then, keep watching Parliament Television.
Questions for oral answer understanding order number 74, and on the floor of the House just before the break was Shuangandu MP Mr. Kampyongo was asking a follow-up question. This is in line with the question that was asked by Mr. Chinkuli of Kanyama. He did ask the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development whether the government has any plans to replant Kanyama Township in Lusaka Urban District to provide for proper road network and other social amenities. If so, when the plans will be implemented, whether there are any plans to compensate owners of properties that will be demolished during the replanning exercise, and if there are no such plans, why. So the Minister of Local Government, Honorable Garin Kombo, is actually responding to follow-up questions, and so we do expect Shuanganda Member of Parliament to pose this question immediately after the break.
We still have two more questions to come up, and the other question will come from Luansha Member of Parliament, Mr. Chisanga, and this question will be directed to the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development. We would like to find out why the construction works on the Chisanga Tazara Road in Lukasha, that's Lukasha from Mr. Chisanga, when the project will resume and what the cost of the outstanding works is. And the other question is from Chilanga.
Absolutely, it's coming from Mr. Atlazo of Chilanga to ask the Minister of Energy what the contract sum for the construction of the fuel depot by Gulfstream International in Chilanga district is, what the variance between the government engineers' estimated cost and the contract sum is, how many companies participated in the tender, what the bidding price by each company was, how much money had been spent on the project as of May 2022, and lastly, when the project is expected to be completed. And that will sum up the questions for us understanding order number 74.
And we'll have the resumption of the motion of 13th of September 2022. Cross over to the floor of the House now. On Parliament television, business cannot commence because the House has not constituted a quorum. We need 1/3 of the total number of members of Parliament to be present for any business to be transacted. And earlier on, Madam Speaker did make two announcements and two rulings, and we'll be able to share with you the details of these rulings and announcements as the House rises.
And so maybe as we wait for a quorum to be formed, in one of the rulings, Madam Speaker, did make a ruling on a point of order raised by Mr. S. Mushanga, Member of Parliament for Wacha constituency, against Honorable Gigi Nkombo, Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, on whether the Honorable Minister was in order to mislead the House and the public at large that Wacha constituency did not have any approved constituency development fund projects when in fact it had. And so details of that particular ruling will be given to you after adjournment.
When business was suspended, the House was considering question number 11 on the order paper asked by the Honorable Member for Kanyama, and the Honorable Member for Shiwangandu was asking a supplementary question. May the Honorable Member continue.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. For clarity purposes, I would repeat the question I was posing to the Honorable Minister. Madam Speaker, I was saying to the Honorable Minister that we have noted that there are some commercial kind of developments which look like slum upgrade or the urban renewal, where commercial entities would go and buy off residents in those areas and then build commercial structures, which structures are supposed to fit into the integrated plan. And so my question to the Honorable Minister was that are they factoring those developments in the upgrading of these slum areas so that there is uniformity and there is a structured development of these settlements? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, the Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
I am very thankful, Madam Speaker, for the MP actually correcting himself that settlement, except their unplanned settlement, as against using the word slums. We are fully aware about the proliferation of buildings, elaborate buildings that have come up as a result of negotiations between the owners and would-be buyers and buyers eventually. Under the Urban and Planning Act, Madam Speaker, there are processes that are superintended or supervised by the Department of Physical Planning in my ministry. The Department of Physical Planning is the end office that makes a determination on all applications of change of land use. And so the question is so important so that those who may buy and do not go to the local authorities to begin the processes of building permission must do that at their own peril. The normal thing, and everyone knows, that when you want to change land use, you have to go through a normal application process which goes through the council, and normally a full council will approve that application, and the last point of authority or permission is in the ministry that deals with the entire country for the permission called change of land use. So the change of land use will be granted if and only if that particular application and the intended building sits and is not in conflict with the plan that we have in the case of Kanyama constituency. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Next question, the Honorable Member for Bangweru by prior arrangement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question number 12.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honorable Member for Lukasha, Honorable Chisanga, is asking the Ministry of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development the following questions. A, why the construction works on the Chisanga Tazara Road in Lukasha parliamentary constituency have stalled? B, when the project will resume, and what the cost of the outstanding works is? We answer as follows, Madam Speaker. A, the construction of the Chisanga-Tazara Road in Lukasha parliamentary constituency has stalled as the contractor has suspended works as a result of non-payment for certified works due to limitation in available funds for the project. B, the project has not resumed due to funding constraints. However, works will resume once Treasury sources funds for the project. Number C, the cost for the outstanding works on the Chisanga-Tazara Road is estimated at 8,530,000 kwacha. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions? Honorable Member for Bangweru.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, I'm sure you're aware that the road is advanced and has reached 80%. Don't you think to further delay the release of the funds will make the project more expensive? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
We are aware of that, and that is why we are looking at all avenues, possible sources of funding, where funding is made available. We prioritize those projects that have reached 80% and above, and as I'm not even sure that when you say the project has reached 80%, I'm not sure how accurate you are, because that's not the information we have. For clarity, the construction of Chisanga-Tazara Road is part of the contract for the periodic maintenance of the 86 kilometers of the road from Chambishi Bridge to Kasama and upgrading of the 10 kilometers of Kasama urban roads in northern province of Zambia, which was Lot 2. The contract for the periodic maintenance of the 86 kilometers of the road from Chambeshi Bridge to Kasama and upgrading of the 10 kilometers of Kasama urban roads in northern province of Zambia, Lot 2, was awarded to Messrs. China Geoengineering Corporation of Zambia at a revised contract sum of 1,301,065,191 kwacha 52 ngwe. The original contract sum was 528,803,093 kwacha 90 ngwe, which was later revised to the figure I mentioned above. Amount certified works to date on that contract is 125,169,106.7. Amount paid to date is 51,486,206.90 ngwe. Unlike the figure you gave us, the Honorable Member for Bangweulu, our assessment of the overall progress on this project is 4%. Implementation of the project has been hampered, as I said, by funding challenges. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Shuangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the responses coming from the Honorable Minister, Infrastructure. Honorable Minister, the road under consideration, Sanga-Tazara Road, is the main link, and it's one of the critical roads that helps the people of Lukasha constituency to move from one end to the other end of the constituency. And rain season is almost near. which makes it extremely difficult for our people to move. We hear that you are trying to look for resources and to ensure that those works are expedited. What interim measures are you going to put in place to just ensure that our people do not get cut off in terms of passage on that road? Are you able to do some remedial works as you are waiting to do the main contract? Because we knew that there were challenges of dealing with those people that are near the proximity of the road, which took a bit of time before the works could commence. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honorable Member for Shuangandu for the follow-up questions. The road network around the areas talked about is a source of concern for all of us, including the major road, which is Serenge, Mpika, and of course Mpika to Kasama, the whole stretch of road. We subject these roads to periodic maintenance, but we have pronounced ourselves in this House where any honorable member of parliament feels that there are communities that are likely to be cut off, they are free to engage with us. It's not the aim of this government, it's not the wish of this government to have communities cut off, so that when these spots are identified and there's something that we can do about, even on an emergency basis, that we'll be able to look at. So if the honorable member feels that this particular stretch might result in communities being cut off, that must be brought to our attention so that we see what we can do about that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chinsali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mine is more of a point of clarification. Honorable Minister, I would like you to enlighten this House as to how much is the value of the certified works that are owed to the contractor by the government. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
I thank the Honorable Member for Chinsali for that point of clarification. I think I did say in my statement that amount of certified works to date on that particular contract is 125,169,106 kwacha 17 ngwe. And amount paid to date to the contractor is 51,486,206 kwacha 19 ngwe. As to what is owed to the contractor, I urge the honorable member for to calculate, and he will come up with the figure that he has mentioned, which is about 74 million. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Namwala.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Minister. Minister, may I know whether when this project resumes, you will re-advertise or you proceed with the same contractor I submit?
The Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you very much to the honorable member for Namwala. It gives me an opportunity to clarify some of the plans that we have. It's quite clear that we are inundated with a number of contracts that have been given in the past, which quite clearly can no longer be serviced. I think the Honorable Minister for Local Government, in terms of township roads and feeder roads, yesterday said the same thing. Because of scarcity of funds and our inability to borrow to fund these particular projects, And the fact that some of these projects, most of these projects were given without reference to budgetary allocations. Government has been unable, not just this particular administration, but even the administration before, were unable to fund these particular projects. What is now happening is that we are almost at the end of completing an assessment where these non-performing contracts are being reviewed with a view to cancelling them or terminating them. And the idea behind this is to stop the bleeding in terms of extra resources that are required. As long as you have a running contract, it attracts interest payments, it attracts down payments and so on. And if it's something that you are not able to fund, it makes sense to cancel that. However, I must make it very clear. The House, Madam Speaker, may wish to understand there is a difference between cancelling a contract and cancelling a project. We are not, the new Dawn administration is not talking about cancelling projects. The cancelling of these contracts will be for administrative purposes to ensure that we get on top of what we need to get on top of. As we get resources, these projects will continue. Whatever project was embarked upon, it was as a result of a necessity to save our various communities throughout this country. But as soon as we have resources, we will be able to re-advertise, and some of the contractors that may have been engaged on these particular contracts may well be the ones that win back these contracts. However, the costings will be according to our desire, expressed desire of right price, right specifications, and delivery on time. Over that one, we shall not change. So if a contract was given at a very, very high price and it gets cancelled, it does not mean that when we re-advertise, it will be given at the same cost. I thought I should clarify that, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Leader of Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Honourable Minister, I'm aware that this contract are a component for compensation payable to property owners whose properties were affected by the works on this particular project. My question is, have these property owners been paid their compensation? I thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Leader of Opposition, who is currently being distracted and may not listen to the answer to his question, he's asking for a detail. That's so. He's asking for a detail as to what happened in terms of compensation. But as you have seen, the overall progress on the project was 4%. So in terms of displacements, I can only assume that very little was done. But that's a detail that for which we can seek further clarity and further information. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next question, the Honourable Member for Chilanga.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Question number 13.
The Honourable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The question from Chilanga MP is asking the Minister of Energy 6 questions. Question A, what was the contract sum for the construction of the fuel depot by Gulfstream International in Chilanga District? B, what's the variance between the government engineer's estimate cost and contract sum is? C, how many companies participated in the tender? D, what the bidding price of each company was? E, how much had been spent on the project as of May 2022? And F, when the project is expected to be completed? And the answer, Madam Speaker, for A is the contract sum for the construction was $123,925,000. This was inclusive of the cost of the land, which was pegged at 1.5 million. The answer to question B, the government engineer's estimate for the Lusaka fuel depot was $121 million, but the total contract was, which was awarded, was 123.9 million, as indicated above. Therefore, there was a variance of $2.9 million between the estimate provided by government and the contract sum. Answer to question C, in terms of criteria used to award, the Ministry of Energy at the time obtained approval from the Zambia Public Procurement Authority, which is ZPPA, to single source Gulf Stream as an emergency measure meant to ameliorate the following. 1, lack of parking space at the existing Lusaka fuel depot. This was causing tankers to park by the roadside, thereby posing a risk of fire and spillage, which would have led to devastating effects on the environment and loss of lives. Number 2, increasing waiting time. This was causing government to lose more revenue as trucks that were waiting to offload were incurring demurrage charges payable to the owners of the trucks for failure to offload the product. And the third one, inadequate finances to fund the construction of the fuel depot. The government had no readily available funds for the project, and it could not be fully funded from the Strategic Reserve Fund. The contractor was engaged because the ministry was going to effect a commodity swap contract where a fuel contract is issued commensurate to construction of the fuel depot. This meant that a cost line would be introduced on a fuel supplier's contract, and the collections would go towards the financing of the project. And number 4, lack of suitable land for the construction of the depot. The government at the time failed to acquire suitable land for the construction of the fuel depot, but the contractor that was engaged had suitable land which met the criteria of location and size to house a depot of this magnitude. So the answer to question D, in light of the procurement method used, which was direct bidding, there were no other bidders that were invited. Madam Speaker, the answer to question E, as of May 2022, a total of 69,991,000 had been paid towards the construction of the fuel depot, leaving a balance of almost $54 million. Answer to question F. The project was scheduled to be completed by April 2022. However, due to financial constraints, the project is likely to be completed by March 2023. It should be noted that the project is at 95% complete. I submit.
Thank you. Supplementary questions? The Honorable Member for Chiranga, do you have any?
No supplementary, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Bwana Mukubwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister of Energy, for that statement. I just want to find out, Honorable Minister, if you look at the storage capacity at Lusaka Bulk, I think it's about 15,000 cubes by 8 tanks, which is about 150, if I'm not mistaken. You can correct me. And if you look at the price it was constructed, or the bid price, which is 123 million, and we compare in the region, I think there's a big disparity. I don't know, I just want to find out, was a cost-benefit analysis done before commencing that construction? And also, the other question apart from the cost-benefit analysis, because in the region we've seen such constructions going at a lower amount. Maybe you can just highlight on that. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Thank you, Honorable Mambazi. Madam Speaker, we found this as a running contract, and the project, by the time we got into government, it was almost about 90% done. So everything was done before our time, I submit.
Thank you. Any further supplementary questions? I see none. The clerk will now read the order of the day.
Thanks. The President's address, motion of 13th September 2022, resumption of debate.
When the House adjourned yesterday, Tuesday, 13th September 2022, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honorable Member for Kabwe Central that the thanks of this Assembly be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the President's address. Any further debate? The Honorable Member for Sikongo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to add a voice on the motion on the floor of the House. Greetings from the people of Congo, who are very happy with the manner in which you are administering the affairs of this House. Madam Speaker, the people from Eastern Province say that mwana wa mzako akachitabu ino umtashe, meaning when your friend's child does well, does good, you should praise them. It's in order, Madam Speaker, that from the onset, I take this opportunity to commend His Excellency, the President of the Republic of this country, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, for the well-articulated speech that he presented to this august House. Madam Speaker, in his speech, he categorically pointed out that the first year of the UPN government in office was meant to stabilize the economy in order to create a base for increased economic growth in the years that lie ahead. And when we are talking about stabilizing the economy, I think in this case we have seen a number of economic fundamentals that have improved or improved as compared to when the New Dawn administration formed government. In this case, we are talking about, for instance, the inflation rate, which was at 25.6% when we came in August, but now today we are talking about 9.8%. I think that is incredible within a period of 1 year. We are also talking about the exchange rate, which we found at about 22%, 22 to the US dollar, but now it is about 15 kwacha, the US dollar. We are also talking about the import cover, which stood at 1.9 to now 3.7. This is incredible. We are also talking about issues to do with fiscal discipline in the manner in which government resources are being spent. We are talking about transparency and accountability. So it's really true and correct to say a government that has been able to perform to this magnitude within a period of 1 year, I think should be given kudos. And the president, I think, who is at the helm of handling these issues, should be commended. Madam Speaker, the president in his speech spoke about agriculture and how important it is to the economic development of our country in improving livelihoods and the economy, especially for us coming from rural areas, where in Congo we depend on agriculture. I would say that in Congo, agriculture is our mainstay. So that's where we have a comparative advantage. So in doing so, what we have done in Congo, Madam Speaker, is we have made sure that we put agriculture as our main drive in terms of economic growth. So we are now embarked on a project where we are growing wheat. We are also expanding on our rice production. We have also put up what we are calling a cotton tree. That more or less does what the normal cotton is known to do. But in addition, this tree gives us also medicinal value. It can cure cancers and many of the ailments that we suffer from. So when the president talks about investing in agriculture, I think it speaks very well to what we are trying to do in Congo. But also we are saying, since we are trying to increase our agricultural production, we want also to ask government that please, can you help us to construct this Calabos-Congo road? Because why we are embarking on this massive agricultural development is because of the market that we have in Angola. We want to capitalize on Angolan market to make sure that Congo develops. So, Minister of Infrastructure, please kindly help us to make sure that the Calabos-Congo road is worked on as soon as possible. I want to speak to another issue which the President talked about, which is the CDF. I want to commend this government and the President for increasing the CDF to 25.7 million. That is commendable. But I think, Madam Speaker, I want to say that we are now moving to another level where we are going to see more of implementation of the CDF projects. I want to ask the ministry to make sure that they develop a tool, a monitoring tool that is going to ensure that the projects that are going to be implemented are going to be monitored so that the intended objectives are achieved. They can fall back on the ZAMSIF project, which we had some time back under the Ministry of Finance. A proper monitoring tool was developed under ZAMSIF, Zambia Social Investment Fund project that was there. I think if that is done, it's going to help the Ministry of Local Government to make sure that these projects under CDF are well monitored and we achieve the intended results. Now, Madam Speaker, it's important for me to also mention that within the 1 year of the UPN administration, the Congo district that was very poor, or one of the poorest, today we can boast that we have achieved a lot within this short period of time. Yeah. We are talking about having a secondary school that is being constructed. We are talking about a mini hospital. We are talking about a mortuary. We are talking about school infrastructure and health infrastructure. We are talking about 204 teachers, 98 health workers, just to mention but a few. I think these are not mere achievements within a period of 1 year. Yeah. Madam Speaker, the UPN government, through His Excellency, the President, needs to be commended for the manner in which they are planning to develop this country. And one good thing is this government is trying to develop this country holistically. We are not choosing where to put what. This government is taking development to all the corners of this country. And I think that is very important. Yeah. Madam Speaker, I want to end by talking about the need for this European government to ensure that this good vision which it has for this country is achieved. However, in order to do this, there is need to clean the system. There is need to clean the system. We still have a lot of what I would call PF cadres still in the system. Yes, much as they are citizens, I understand.
Order. There is a point of order from the Honorable Member for Shuangandu. What's the point of order?
Madam Speaker, this is a house of dignity, and we must ensure that we observe the rules. I rise on point of order pursuant to Standing Order 65. Madam Speaker, everything we debate in here must be factual and verifiable. And I expect the honorable members to study sobering up and healing up, knowing that they are on your right-hand side. They are in charge of running the affairs of this country. Is the honorable member in order to make unsubstantiated allegations and claims that qualified public servants, and he was a public servant himself, can be reduced to party cadres, knowing that every Zambian deserves to be in the civil service? Is in order to make so sweeping allegations, Madam Speaker, in his debate? I seek your serious ruling, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. To the extent that the Honorable Member for Skongo referred to PF cadres, he is out of order because he has not produced any documentary evidence on the table of the House to show that indeed the professionals who are working as civil servants are PF cadres. May the Honorable Member continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was referring to that, Madam Speaker, because our colleagues...
Order, Honorable Member. Proceed without questioning the ruling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think why we are saying this, we are seeing a lot of sabotage to government programs by some civil servants. It would appear some of them, their blood is still green. It cannot change it to red, which is a normal color of blood.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker.
I've already guided the Honorable Member. Please, Honorable Member, wind up your debate without referring to the issue of cadres. It won't add value to the debate. Unless if you have any evidence to show that indeed the people that you are referring to are cadres.
Well guided, Madam Speaker. Let me add by saying what this government has done.
Honorable Member for Mwembeji, there can never be a point of order following another point of order. Can we have order in the House? May the Honorable Member for Sikongo wind up his debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In winding up my debate, Madam Speaker, I would like to again thank His Excellency for the well-articulated speech, and also end by saying, from our colleagues from the north, they say, Ushitasha ni mwana wa ndoshi, meaning the one who doesn't appreciate is only a child of a witch. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Member for Mwembeshi, you still want to raise a point of order?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was listening attentively to the Honorable Member debating. Was in order, Madam Speaker, not to produce evidence from the manifesto and the regulations of the Patriotic Front that all heads of departments must be actually PF according to their laws. Is in order not to produce that document and ascertain that the people we are talking are PF cadres. Is in order, Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable members have made a ruling. And if these people are indeed cadres, why don't you deal with them? You are the people on the right, isn't it? That won't add value to this. It won't add value to the debate by accusing people when you can't act on it. The honorable member for Namwala.
Thank you so very much, Madam Speaker, for according me this opportunity to look at the presidential speech, which is the motion on the floor of this House today. Madam Speaker, to start with, I want to thank the President for all the 3 terms that he has been here, for indicating the 4 pillars of what citizens of this country ought to focus on. One of those, Madam Speaker, is the word love that has always been in the presidential speech for the 3 terms that he has been here. The second one is the issue of unity. The third one is the issue of hard working. And the final one, Madam Speaker, is the issue of peace. Now, looking at the entire speech, Madam, which the President gave us, I want to extract or to deduce the issue on page 37, which borders on good governance. Madam, it's very important that for the first time, or others, depending on what you want to refer to, that we have a president who consistently talks about the issue of good governance. And it's from the issue of good governance that the people of Zambia, Madam Speaker, will know now that we have a president who is interested in looking after the affairs of the citizens, evenly regardless of geography or affiliation. And when we look at the issue of governance, Madam Speaker, according to the way the President's speech was structured, there are about 3-4 things that, again, we need to look at. One, Madam Speaker, is the issue of politics, economy, socially, and culturally. And these 4 integrated, Madam Speaker, will alive us or will take us to the way which we call development. And it's from this development that we are going to talk about the issue of citizens' way of living or improved living standards. Now, Madam Speaker, when we look at good governance, there are tenets that actually will qualify a state to be called a democratic one. And these are found in the same speech which the President gave us. One among those tenets, Madam Speaker, the President talked about the issue of transparency, the issue of accountability. The President looked at the respect of rule of law. He looked at the issue of respect and promotion of human rights, responsiveness, capacity building. He further went on to talk about the issue of gender. And finally, Madam Speaker, on the issue of good governance, he talked about the issue of decentralization. Now, looking at where we are and what we are doing currently, Madam Speaker, the President's speech gave us the position to realize that the President is more interested in making sure that this country, on whatever the current government is doing, is open for people to go through or to scrutinize it, because all what is being done now is done in a very transparent manner. Accountability. The President stretched the point that anything that is going to be spent by the state, it shall be put to good use, and all single, whatever financial coin will be spent, it shall be accountable, and no resource or resources from the government coffers will be diverted to private earnings or gains. Further, Madam Speaker, the President talked about the issue of human rights. This is a fundamental right, Madam Speaker, rights that every citizen, regardless of geography or where one comes from or affiliation, is given to, those rights are given to him at the point of birth. And the President continued to say every citizen will be allowed to enjoy his or her rights until or unless there's need by the legal bodies to delegate those rights. Madam Speaker, we are seeing it for the first time where citizens of this country are allowed to enjoy these rights. One among these rights, Madam Speaker, will be the right to freedom of assembly and association. This is one of the fundamental rights that all citizens in this country are supposed to enjoy, regardless of, again, where one comes from. We saw it in the previous regimes, I'm not saying regime, regimes, where citizens were not allowed in some times, some areas, to assemble or to meet, to share what they believe is their political interest or their political position. But this time around, Madam Speaker, everyone is allowed to meet anytime, provided you have just given the people or the police notice, not per se a permit, the way it was perceived before. And this is a score to the New Dawn government. And this is one of the things that we have been crying for quite some time. Further, madam, the rights or the freedom of movement. We are able to see now that people, citizens, are allowed to move from point 1 to point 2 without any threats from the opposition or the people in charge. So this is again another score that New Dawn government has achieved. Freedom of speech. We have seen of late that regardless of again where you are, this is another right or freedom that the citizens of this country have been given. People are free to speak, to criticize the government, provided, of course, that thing ought to be done within the confines of the law. And this is another score. Madam Speaker, the President is on record of telling this House that there is an intention, or the Cabinet has already actually approved a document where the Public Order Act will be looked at or will be repealed. And this is a plus. We all know that the Public Order Act, Madam Speaker, was enacted during the colonial era. And this is an instrument or an act that really performed minuses against those citizens then who were fighting for independence. And this is a document, Madam Speaker, which was abused before because other people took advantage of hiding their adequacies by ensuring that all those who were perceived to be competitors were not given an opportunity to exercise their rights freely. Now, with the stance that the President has taken, that all citizens going forward who agree with him or with everyone, that all citizens will be free and the Public Order Act shall not be applied selectively. This is a document that will enable people to compete using the grey matter unlike the
Order,
strings.
Honorable Member for Namwala. Honorable Member for Chilubi, you want to raise a point of order. There is an icon which you can click on if you want to raise a point of order.
Oh, sorry.
If you just click, I'll think that you just want to debate.
Okay.
So I will not be able to distinguish whether you want to raise a point of order or you want to debate. What is the point of
It's a
order?
point of order, Madam Speaker.
Proceed. What's the point of order?
It's pursuant to 65, and I think it's more to do with relevance to what is, because I would like to believe that we are debating this year's presidential speech. Many of the things that the current debate is talking about were addressed in the last year's speech. I've perused through the speech. I cannot see anywhere where many of the issues that he has brought forth, the President actually avoided to talk about a lot of those things in this year's speech. But I don't know where the relevance comes in.
Honorable Member for Chilubi, can you be specific?
Yeah,
in what way was the Honorable Member for Namwala
No, but
irrelevant in his
I have been
debate?
following his speech, Madam Speaker. He has talked about the Public Order Act, the rights. Hello. I have both speeches.
Order.
Yes. Can I be protected?
Order, Honorable Member. Don't respond. Don't respond to them.
But handle them. Yes.
Don't respond to the honorable members. Honorable members, you know the rules. You are not supposed to heckle and also debate while you are seated. Can we allow the honorable member for Chilubi to raise his point of order? And honorable member for Chilubi, as you are raising your point of order, point at the irrelevances that you are saying are not, they are irrelevant, that the honorable member for Namwala is referring to. Proceed.
It's fine, Madam Speaker.
Order. Order. Honorable member for Chilubi, please, can we comply with the standing orders? I'm warning you, if you don't comply with the standing orders, if an action is taken against you, please don't complain. You are advised, and you are not supposed to react. I was telling you, don't react to the people who are heckling. If they are heckling, it's my responsibility to tell them, and I just told them that they are not supposed to do that. The standing orders are very clear. Let's not be emotional. Let's be patient with each other. So now you have withdrawn your point of order. May the Honorable Member for Namwala proceed.
Madam Speaker, thanks so very much. I was just talking about the issue of love, unity, hard work, and peace. So I think, Madam Speaker, it's very important to exercise some of those issues that you just mentioned. Madam Speaker, allow me to proceed. Madam Speaker, I was just talking about the issue of Public Order Act. Madam Speaker, this is an act which we shall all be happy once it's amended and replaced. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving a chance to the people of Lundazi to add to this motion of thanks for His Excellency, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema. Madam Speaker, first and foremost, the people of Lundazi would like to appreciate the speech which was delivered by His Excellency. However, there are some issues that the people of Lundazi would want to be addressed. Madam Speaker, there was good news which was being talked about, the issue of electricity generation increasing from 10.8 million, from 9.9 to 10.8 million. Whilst this is good news to all the people in Zambia, the people in Lundazi have never been connected to the grid. And this has resulted into children dying because Malawi switches off power at any other time in our district. Madam Speaker, whilst the increase of the megawatts have been celebrated, would wish those who are implementing to quickly move in and ensure that the people of Lundazi also get to celebrate the joy which the others are celebrating. Madam Speaker, the President alluded to the issue of hospitals to be completed. It is good news to hear that indeed those hospitals, including ours, which do not have sometimes even the mother's shelters and the mortuaries, can be attended to during this period, especially that the President gave a directive. Madam Speaker, I'll limit myself to the issue of gender. Allow me to quote. The President alluded to the fact that gender equality should be complemented by ensuring that women participate in some of these empowerment programs. It is a good program. However, I would want to quote what Winnie Byanyima says, without women's equal access to positions of decision-making and a clear process to get there, gender equality, global security, and peace will never be realized. Madam Speaker, I cannot agree further than that Winnie said. Madam Speaker, the issue of gender equality cannot just be simplified to us getting empowerment. It is about the government giving a direct route on how we are going to ensure that women's representation is increased. This includes coming up with a proper roadmap, such as coming up with gender quotas and ensuring that some of the seats within parties are reserved for women to participate. Madam Speaker, I would want to comment also on the issue of free education. It is good to note that, yes, our children have been enrolled. The President has called on that one. However, Madam Speaker, I would want to share with the House some of the challenges that already our learners may be facing, especially those who are coming from rural areas. Madam Speaker, most of the girls who are enrolled into school, you find that the sanitation facilities may not be that good. I expected the President to give a directive such that even the NGOs and all those partners with the cooperating partners who would wish to assist, they should focus or channel their resources towards coming up with proper infrastructures, especially for us who are coming from rural areas. Madam Speaker, there is also something that I would want to talk to on page 47. As the President was about to end his speech, there was something that he alluded to, and it's the issue of having a duty to unite the country, to embrace values that promote peace and unity. However, the word which caught my attention was the issue of saluting the good in others. Madam Speaker, as a country, we always learn from the leader. And the leader of this nation is His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema. Whenever he decides to salute the good in others, despite what they could have done to him, or whatever he experienced, the moment it comes from the head of this country, it will run down to every other person and it will settle in each and every human being. This one, there is need to just make it a choice that we salute the good in others. Looking out for the evil, everyone has got a portion where they have done something that is terrible. However, saluting the good in others will ensure that this nation remains united, and we are going to build forward so that our children and our grandchildren, all those who are coming after us, can come and find a good foundation. Madam Speaker, the issue of FISIP. However, I would want to just make a comment on something that can really help, especially for our people in rural areas. Madam Speaker, right now, calls are coming in because some of the people have lost even the voters' cards, and they are unable to meet the demands for those who are asking them to register to collect the fertilizers. Madam Speaker, some of the rules that are set may look to be good, but they may be binding and they may be having a bit of a challenge and may be difficult for our people in the rural areas to adapt to them. Whilst it's a good program to remove the thieves and the corrupt people, it is important to have consideration. Even at the hospital, we always have a next of kin. What would be wrong for the blind people, for those people who are lame, to allow someone whom they trust and register them so that they can be able to go and collect the farming inputs on their behalf? Madam Speaker, as rules are being made, there must be such consideration. That is why even in the hospitals, they tell you, if you cannot come to collect the drug yourself, who is your buddy and who is your next of kin? Madam Speaker, we expect that Zambia, at the end of the day, can remain a united nation. The issue of thieves and corrupt individuals, Madam Speaker, this is why in Lundazi we don't have a tarmac. They must be arrested, they must be condemned, and they must be taken to prison. And we are waiting to see that, and the people of Lundazi are anxious to know who is it that stole the money that was supposed to have built a bridge for them in Kazimwene, in Mutuwanjovu, and also in... Madam Speaker, I just want to appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We needed to listen to a lady. The Honorable Member for Mongu Central.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Mongu Central a chance to say a few words on the President's speech. First of all, the speech was very inspiring. The speech was full of hope. The speech spelled out the things that the new Dawn government has been able to do in the past 1 year. And the people of Mongu have begun to feel the benefits
of their vote of what the new Dawn government is doing. As I'm speaking now, Madam Speaker, a lot of young people who did teaching have been employed in the civil service. A lot of young people who did nursing and doctors have been employed in the health sector. And they are now valuable members of their family, contributing positively to the state affairs of their families, Madam Speaker. Some of these young people, I met them during campaigns. They've never been employed for the past 7 years. And you can imagine what that does to somebody who has been at home for the past 7 years. Madam Speaker, the CDF is a game changer in my constituency. A lot of young people, as I'm speaking now in Mungu Central, more than 584 young people are at Mungu Trades learning different skills. Some are doing bricklaying, some are doing plumbing. This is what we needed to do. This is what we need to do to empower young people. When they graduate, they will be able to employ themselves or to get employed. This is how you create employment. So CDF is doing wonderful things in Mungu Central, which has never been done. New schools are being built, as I'm talking now. So there are wards like Namasho wards, in Kama, Namasho wards, where there has been no school, no clinic in the past since independence. But we, the new Dawn government, is putting up such facilities in these new areas. Madam Speaker, the President referred to agriculture and agro-processing, and in Mungu Central, they are taking keen interest in that area. We have a lot of mangoes, Madam Speaker, in the province, especially in Mungu. We have a lot of rice. We have a lot of cashew nuts, Madam Speaker. We would like to encourage the new Dawn government to take particular interest in that area, to bring value addition in that area. We want to see factories being built in that area. We want also, the President referred to mining as well. As an engineer of many years myself, having worked in the oil industry, I know for sure, without any exploration, that we may have gas in the Barrozi plain, or in the plain, Barrozi land there. So we want to encourage the government to start activities that are aimed at doing exploration in that area. If we discover gas in that area, it can turn around the economy of this country. Madam Speaker, I want also to thank the new Dawn government for clinching the IMF deal, Madam Speaker, where others have failed for many years to try to put up this deal. The new Dawn government has been able to do it within 1 year, Madam Speaker. So the people of Mungu are saying that actually to them, it's not the IMF deal that is very important. It's the heightened confidence in the economy that is likely to bring capital inflows in the economy and bring about the much needed investment. That's how you build industries. That's how you build economies. So that's what we want to do, Madam Speaker. The inflation rate is now down. Yesterday, I heard one of the members of parliament wondering how come the exchange rate is very down. It's because just the good policies of the government are enough to lower the exchange rate. Just the good policies of the government are enough, Madam Speaker, to make the exports competitive. That's what the new Dawn government is doing, and that's what it's continuing to do. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to thank the new Dawn government for the positives that have been achieved in 1 year. And the people of Mungu Central are very happy with the performance. And we look forward for the next 4 years that are remaining to see what will be happening in our constituents. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kamfisa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will restrict my debate this evening to the issues to do with mining. And particularly, Madam Speaker, I will draw the House to page 14. On page 14, Madam Speaker, the first paragraph, the President refers to a commitment in addressing the challenges affecting operations at Mopani and KCM. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the measures are not elaborated, And as a result of the failure to elaborate these steps, it will be important, Madam Speaker, that we have a conversation around Mopani and KCM. As I debate, Madam Speaker, I want to put it on record that I was privileged to have worked for Mopani Copper Mines. After leaving university, Madam Speaker, my first assignment was at Mopani Copper Mines. And there's something very special about Mopani Copper Mines, and I think it applies to KCM as well. The fact that for many years, Madam Speaker, Zambian engineers have been groomed to manage these mines. And I'm sure the Minister of Infrastructure, who has been privileged to have worked for the mines, will agree with me that Zambia has produced a lot of well-qualified engineers, well-experienced engineers who have the capacity to run these mines. So on the issue of competences, on the issue of the ability by Zambians to run these mines, Madam Speaker, we can never doubt the abilities of Zambians to run these mines. And I'm very certain that starting with KCM, coming into Mopani, we have the right mining engineers, we have the right mechanical engineers, and we have the right electrical engineers. So point number one, Madam Speaker, is that Zambia has the competences to run these mines. Where does the challenge come in as far as these mines are concerned, Madam Speaker? The first challenge that we have is the issue of recapitalization. What I would have hoped the President should have done in his speech is to indicate that government intends to recapitalize these mines. And I know recapitalization is a financial term. The experts will tell us what does recapitalization mean. From my perspective, Madam Speaker, recapitalization can mean finding a partner. Recapitalization can mean government injecting resources. The whole point is the issue of resources to run these particular mines. And I am aware, Madam Speaker, that last month or the other month, ZCCM-IH did authorize Mopani Copper Mines to borrow $15 million from Indo-Zambia Bank for purposes of managing some of the operational challenges that the mine is facing. Madam Speaker, $15 million is not enough. What the mine needs, and I think the experts have already guided, is that we should have injected a minimum of $50 million on a monthly basis purely to enable our Zambian engineers run this mine. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, as I read what's on page 14, I have not read any part where government is telling us how much money will be injected into Mopani and into KCM. So my first suggestion, Madam Speaker, even as the Minister of Mines is called upon at an appropriate time to come and give a statement on this matter, is that government needs to spell out a very clear policy on recapitalization. Does government want to recapitalize these mines, or does government want to sell these mines? I think it's important that we are guided so that even as we debate this particular matter, Madam Speaker, our debate is aligned to the policies that government wants to implement in the area of mining at Mopani and Konkola copper mines. Like I said earlier on, Madam Speaker, we need to see more commitment from government, especially on this particular aspect. As I wind up my debate, Madam Speaker, on Mopani and KCM, I want to remind our colleagues on the other side. I do recall, Madam Speaker, that whenever elections were due in Zambia, one of the prominent things that we used to see from our investors in the mining sector is to take these mines on care and maintenance. Now, what used to happen, Madam Speaker, is that 1 week before Parliament is dissolved, you would hear Mopani announce, we are going on care and maintenance. Madam Speaker, that was pure blackmail to push government to do away with certain taxes. And I'm predicting here today, Madam Speaker, that if these mines are left in the hands of foreigners without Zambians having a stake through ZCCM-IH, I can predict that come 2025, some of these mines, if offloaded, again will have the same problem of these mines being placed on care and maintenance. And I want to appeal to government that there are so many lessons you can learn from some of the challenges that were faced in the past and how some of these challenges were dealt with. I think the decision of government at that time, Madam Speaker, to allow Zambians to run these mines was in the best interest of the Republic. It was to ensure that there's job security. It was to ensure that those many Zambians in Mufulira, in Kitwe, and other places where these mines are operating do not lose their jobs in the run-up to the elections. And I want to repeat, Madam Speaker, when Zambians run the mines, there is no blackmail of job losses in an election year. We've seen it happen, and we do hope that government takes the necessary steps to ensure that these mines remain in the hands of Zambians. My appeal, as I wind up debate, Madam Speaker, is that we need to hear a statement on recapitalization. The whole essence of Zambians running these mines is to ensure that we give them the resources. We give engineer Sakanya the resources at Mopani. We give the engineers at KCM the resources to run these mines. These are Zambians that have got the skills, these are Zambians that have got the competences, and these are Zambians that have got the experience. I am hopeful, Madam Speaker, that if we speak the same language of recapitalization, whether we find a partner or whether we inject resources, the whole idea, Madam Speaker, is to get Zambians to run these mines. And I can vouch for the Zambians that are running these mines. We give them money, Madam Speaker, these mines will be profitable. I beg to move.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chienge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing the voice of Chienge to be heard in this wonderful thanks motion on the speech, the address that the President made to the Parliament. Madam Speaker, I may not have been present, but I've read through the speech, and I want to start with page 11, where the President spoke about we are walking the talk. Further, we have met the phytosanitary requirements for the export, which I believe this has been a challenge for many farmers in Zambia. Many Zambian farmers would like to export their produces to foreign countries. Unfortunately, most of the time, their produces, most of the time, used to be retained. And I must say, well done on that. Madam Speaker, though there's a challenge at ZRA, when you want to get to export the produces to foreign countries, they demand things like import licenses, like for seeds, and they want to make sure to see that indeed you're the one who grew those produces, and I think that's a bottleneck, and it will be discouraging most of Zambians. Zambia has much potential because we've got plenty of land and lots of labor which we can use in order to produce for countries like China. But we are having such bottlenecks. I think the government, the executive should look into that, on how the delays that are done at ZRA. I'm talking from experience, Madam Speaker. I must declare interest. Where you want to export your produces like to China, and you really have to leave whatever you're doing in order to, to persuade the ZRA to give certain documents so that you can proceed to get this clearance or phytosanitary document. So it's not, the government is making an effort, but I think this is a drawback. Madam Speaker, quickly, I would like to talk about what I've seen here, where the President was talking about adequate sanitation and also national water security. Madam Speaker, when I read through, I saw that the President was talking about boreholes that have been done in the country. I must bring this news to this House and the executive that in Chienge, even when the Minister of Water and Sanitation tried to intervene and were promised by December last year that we would have boreholes, there are no boreholes in Chienge, but on the paper, they're there. But we've never had these boreholes. And the people of Chienge, there is suffering in terms of having clean water. Madam Speaker, I would like to find out where the money has gone to, since there was a supplier or a contractor who was contracted. If you go to a ward called Chitunda Ward, there's a school called Kavendwe. Madam Speaker, we've been waiting for those boreholes. I stood just where I'm standing here to beg the executive, the new Dawn government, that we need water. This is a place where people are going to die because they drink dirty water. And we were promised. Up to date, there's nothing. And it's sad that the president might have been reading this speech because it was written by technocrats who do not have reality or contact with the reality of the people, like in Chiengi. Madam Speaker, I've got this information for the President that we do not have water in Chiengi. We do not have the boreholes that have been indicated in this speech. I would like to appeal to the President that we need water in Chiengi, and we've got a lot of water bodies in Chiengi. We've got Kalungwishi, which has got clean water. You boil that water, there's no calcium remaining in a pot or anything. So if the government can help us to pump that water and purify it from Kalungwishi River and Lake Mweru, we'll be very happy. Lake Mweru water is not salty water, it's clean water, it just needs to be purified. But we don't know why, as people of Chiengi, we cannot be given water, Madam Speaker. So I believe the Minister of Water and Sanitation is getting the information. Of those who are here from the executive, they should know that this information is misleading. In this speech, we don't have water in Chiengi. Madam Speaker, I also would like to talk about page 29, where the President spoke about the water projects that have been completed, and also water projects which are about to be done. There's an outstanding project of water between Nchelenge, that's for Nchelenge and Chiengi. Madam Speaker, I think I've been talking about this even last year. I spoke about it, and I was reassured that by December last year, the contractor will be on site. And as we're talking, Madam Speaker, it's just, I don't have to create a lie. There's nothing. But we were promised, and that's the government assurance that I got on behalf of the people of Chiengi and Chelenge. But there's no contract on site to even to start the works for this the project, which is supposed to be for water supply to Chelenge and Chiengi. That's the piped water. Madam Speaker, I also would like to speak quickly on the issue of social cash transfer. Most of people in Chiengi, Madam Speaker, especially the old and the lame, have been taken off the list. And it's very sad to see that you find a 16-year-old or 18-year-old is receiving money. And I brought this to attention of the Minister of Community to say this is what is happening. I've sent even videos and pictures. People who are lame cannot even get their 800. If they want to give them that money, you find that they're giving them even 300. I need the government to move in quickly because this new government is talking about it being corrupt-free. Please come and help us in Chiengi. The disabled and the vulnerable, the real vulnerables, are not accessing the social cash transfer. And I even said it on this floor of the House, to remove the technocrats or the officers we have, maybe we can have the new ones, so that we start from a new page to help the people who are in need. With a few words, Madam Speaker, I would want to say thank you so much for allowing me to add my voice to this, but please, to the executive, we need water. The water that is being talked about, the boreholes, we do not have in Chiengi. There's no water. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Mwinilunga.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Order, Honorable Member for Mwinilunga. Before we proceed, there's an indication for a request for a point of order. Honorable Member for Lumezi, what's the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've tried to peruse through the standing orders, the Privileges Act, National Assembly of Zambia Summary of Conditions of Service, honorable members. Many a times, Madam Speaker, you've said that parliamentary takes precedence. Madam Speaker, video circulating as a campaigning
Order, honorable member. Points of order, when you raise them, it has to relate to the item. Maybe you can take your seat as I guide. It has to relate to the subject that is being debated on the floor of the House. If that issue is not affecting or is not being debated, you are at liberty to write a complaint or a letter to the Speaker's office. It will be attended just like a point of order. So unless if you are raising that point of order on any member who has said something just while I noticed that you had gone out and you came in and immediately raised a point of order. So please do write, put it in writing to the Speaker's office, and it will be attended to. Honorable Member for Mwinolonga, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to be able to add a voice of the people of Mwinolonga on the speech by the President to this August House. Madam Speaker, I would want to congratulate the President for giving or delivering such an inspiring speech to this House, through this House, to the people of Zambia. The speech gives hope to the people of Zambia. It gives hope that we are moving to the next level in terms of development. The information that was provided, ranging from economic growth, coming from -2% to 4%, is very good for Zambia. Inflation coming down from a runaway percent of 25 to 9%, and also import cover from 1.9 months to 3.7 is an indication that this country is in good hands, is in safe hands. This country is on its way to prosperity. Madam Speaker, there is everything for everyone in this speech, be it the public sector, be it the private sector, or individuals. There is something that you can take home from the speech. I move to free education. Every child deserves education. Whether you are a child of a member of parliament, you are a child of a rich man, or a child of a poor person, they deserve free education. And that is what good leaders do. The New Dawn government has demonstrated that. We have heard from our colleagues on the other side, trying to rubbish the free education policy, that it has come with the problems of learning accommodation. But obviously, that is what people who exert, their efforts towards helping the citizens do. We have a challenge with learning accommodation, but you also have CDF, which you can use to build more classrooms, to build accommodation for the teachers in order to reduce the shortage of learning accommodation. I believe that in Mwinolonga we are doing that. I'm also given to understand that a lot of our colleagues on this side, in their constituencies, they are doing that. So the issue of learning accommodation is being addressed. there is also, even if we have employed this year 30,000 teachers, we believe that there is still a shortage, and the government has pronounced itself that it will continue with a program of recruitment. And I believe that at that stage, my brother from Chipiri would be able to dance, because he will dance when he sees more teachers once they are employed. Madam Speaker, the President pronounced himself on the issue of enhancing agricultural productivity and encouraging value addition through creation of cottage industries. And I believe that agriculture is one way that you can involve many citizens in the economic activity and improve the welfare of our people. The next issue that I want to talk about, Madam Speaker, is the issue of the President having touched on the 4 pillars of our economic transformation. Tourism, manufacturing, agriculture, mining. I think the delivery on all these issues was exceptional, was excellent. I now want to move to decentralization. I think what this government has done has never happened
Order,
before.
honorable members. Honorable member for Lunte, you are just seated next to the leader of the opposition, and you are not being advised. Huh? I can hear whatever you are saying. They are using vernacular and what have you. Some of the words you are using are not good. Huh? Can we restrain ourselves, please? And also, please, leaders, can you manage your people? Let's work together. May the honorable member continue.
Yeah, thank you very much. You can't destabilize me. We came at the same time, and I think we have the same experience. Madam Speaker, I'm talking about decentralization. This government has done very well in terms of moving decentralization forward, where many governments in the past failed. The government has gone full throttle to carry out fiscal decentralization. Money has moved to the local authorities, and functions have remained behind. But what this entails to me is that where the money is gone, that's where the functions must move. And I believe that we should not be belaboring the point. If money has gone, then it means that even the devolution of functions are actually, in essence, moved to the councils. What the government must now do is to formalize the reporting relationships between the sector heads in the districts with the local authorities. After all, when the money is sitting in the council, it's going to be applied on these sectors. The money is applied in education, is applied in health, is applied in agriculture. So these are the functions that they are given to undertake. And that's where the money is applied. So they are already working together with the council officials. And therefore, what the government needs to do is simply to formalize the relationship, the reporting relationships and operational relationships between the sector ministries at district level and the councils. There's no need to procrastinate on this issue, so that our operations can move,
Order,
smoothly.
your time is up, honorable member. The honorable, thank you, the honorable member for Kabwata.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to the presidential speech that was given actually last week on Friday. Madam Speaker, allow me to highlight about four or five things that I need to indicate. I think these were critical points that I got from the presidential speech. That was education, agriculture, health, employment, and also strengthening the institutions that are helping us to govern the country. Number one, education, Madam Speaker. I think the President, when he came here, he made a call to each one of us here, members of Parliament, that by 2023, there should be no child who should be sitting on the floor. And that, for that act or for that call to be achieved, it will only take leaders who are committed to what they have been elected to do. Madam Speaker, the issue that the President called for, again, you should check on this, you check in the speech on page 23, he talked about building or constructing 120 secondary schools, including 115 that were either abandoned by the previous government. Madam Speaker, when a leader comes out and he comes out and he talks about education, he understands he understands the reason why education is so important. As you all know here, that education is the best equalizer. Without education, you cannot develop a nation. If you look at countries like Luxembourg, you find that the reason why they have the highest level of literate people in the world, it's because they decided to take their children. They decided to take the whole nation, to educate the whole nation. And once you do that, you discover that even developing a nation, it will be something that you will not even have any challenges. Madam Speaker, looking at my time, I also want to talk about the issue of skills. In my constituency, Madam Speaker, Kawata, as much as we appreciate that we need to build more skills training centers for our youth, Madam Speaker, if you go in all these constituencies that we have around, especially in the urban constituencies, you discover that there are issues of junkies. Everyone knows about this issue. And most of these junkies, there are people that have been to school. They have even grade 12 certificates. Some of them, they even qualify to be members of parliament. But why? They have been neglected. Reason is because some of these skills training centers that we have, they are not there, or they are there not to motivate them. They are in a deplorable state. And that's the reason why we are insisting in Kawat that before we talk about skills training or building other skills training centers, let's first rehabilitate the old ones. For instance, we talk about Chilenge. Chilenge Skills Training Center was built many years ago. But if you look at the state in which it is, it's a sorry sight. And that's the reason why we are saying, let's first start by rehabilitating the old skills training center. Madam Speaker, in my constituents, when you look at Kawata, some people say, Kawata, you have a fully developed constituency. I beg to differ, Madam Speaker. I think that's the reason why the people of Kawata opted to send me and represent them here. Kawata constituency has got over 220,000 inhabitants. And those inhabitants, when you look at them, they've got so many challenges. For instance, Madam Speaker, we're still talking about education. Many schools, they do not provide the services for children who are living with disabilities. Special schools for children who are living with disabilities. The only place that is able to do that is UTH. Madam Speaker, we are saying that in Kawata constituency, we will be able to rehaze and involve the business community so that, Madam Speaker, we can build or expand existing infrastructure so that we can accommodate the children that are living with special needs. Madam Speaker, if I were to tell you right now, you go out there in my constituency, you'll find there are so many children who are living with special needs, and yet you cannot see them in schools. Why? It's because there is that stigma, Madam Speaker, which we need to break.
Order. There is an indication, a request for a point of order by the Honorable Member for Petauke Central. What's the point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to raise a point of order on the Deputy Whip Independence, Honorable Chiuye. If maybe you can ask him to sit where he's sitting because he's disturbing the proceedings. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I've been watching from here. Honorable Chibuye, can you take your appropriate seat? Because you've been laughing and chatting and disturbing the honorable member who are seated next to you. Thank you. May the honorable member for Kabwata continue.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I was talking about the issue of children who are living with special needs, how they're being stigmatized, how these parents are keeping their children in their houses. We want to break this stigma so that we can invite these parents and come and register their children so that they can be admitted in different schools that we're going to negotiate with the business communities so that we can allow these children who are living with disabilities. Madam Speaker, on agriculture, I'll just touch a bit. On agriculture, Madam Speaker, yes, as we know, as much as we appreciate the issue of FISIP, yes, it's a good thing. We appreciate, and it sounds so sweet, Madam Speaker. But to be honest with you, Madam Speaker, I think we need also to invest a lot in livestock. Madam Speaker, health. Madam Speaker, health also. I think also the call that the President also made that we need to construct district hospitals. I think also there is need also in my constituency, Madam Speaker. If you look at wards like Kamlanga, because Kabwata constituency has got 5 wards, and each one of these 5 wards has got its own unique challenges. If you look at Kamlanga, Kamlanga is the least developed ward. You would even wonder what was somebody doing for the past 20 years, leaving out only one ward. The ward has got no hospital. The ward has got no police station. The ward doesn't even have a market. This is what we are talking about, Madam Speaker. This is what we are talking about, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if I were to invite you, you go and see for yourself how Kamlanga was left out. It's a pity, Madam Speaker. So we are going to make sure that development is shared equally, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on employment, I think we all know what this government has done. Look at the numbers that the government has managed to employ. The health sector, over 11,000. Teachers, over 30,000. This is a commitment that the government made. Even in the opposition, they promised and they are still delivering. Madam Speaker, I can go on and go on, but the greatest thing that I want us to understand is also the issue of empowering women. Before you empower the women, you need to first start respecting the women. There is no way we who are called honorable members of parliament, we can start demeaning women. It is not right. Let's start first respecting women before we think of empowerment. Without respecting women, then we are eroding our moral standards in this country. Madam Speaker, it's so pity and, for lack of a better term, I would say shameful, Madam Speaker, to see how members, honorable members, sometimes outside here and there, start demeaning the women. Madam Speaker, I can tell you that women are the greatest asset that God has ever given us. It's high time we started respecting the women. Madam Speaker, with these few words, I beg to move. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On behalf of the women, thank you for those remarks. As the time, there is a point of indication for a point of order, but now time is 18:40 now. Huh? Oh, sorry. I believe it's Wednesday, so We can give the honorable member for Lumezi, he is requesting for a point of order. What's the point of order, honorable member for Lumezi?
Madam Speaker, I was raising on Standing Order 65, content of speech by the honorable member for Kawata constituency, relevance as guided yesterday. We have districts that have no hospitals in the country, and yet Kawata constituency is the most developed constituency in the country. And then the honorable member decides to be relevant by mentioning a word when we do not have the privileges that he has in Lumezi constituency. Madam Speaker, I needed your guidance on that matter, especially that yesterday I was ruled on relevance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honorable member for Kabwata is speaking on behalf of the people for Kabwata and what their requirements are. And in terms of relevance, the president in his speech addressed the issue of building medical facilities, district hospitals. So it's in that regard that the honorable member, I believe is in that regard that the honorable member talked about the requirements for Kamulanga ward in his constituency that requires a hospital. So he's not out of order. The honorable member for Petauke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the good people of Petauke this opportunity to thank the President on the speech he delivered in this House. Madam Speaker, first I want to start with the anniversary for the New Dawn government. We want to thank them for the things which they have delivered to the good people of Petauke. On the agriculture sector, we want to thank the New Dawn for including the new cooperatives also to participate in the FISIP. But also we want to ask the minister to look into this matter where farmers are asked to do the deposit individually. We have got district and wards in Petauke where they have got no bank, and also district in the eastern province where they have got no bank completely, like Vubwi, Chadiza. How are the farmers going to manage all of them to travel to Chipata to go and do the deposit? So ask the New Dawn government to look into that matter so that they can assist the farmers, and also not forgetting the good people of Petauke who are also farmers, because in the past, when just the chairman used to go and make some deposit, they used to spend nights because of the long queues in the bank to do the bank depositing. And also, we want to thank the New Dawn on education sector for recruiting 30,000 teachers because they've made this, that they've uplifted the standards of the learning institution. Because before, I'm sure in most of schools, they used to have ratio teacher-pupil wasn't good. So as a result, pupils were affected. But I'm sure with the recruitment of 30,000 teachers, that it will be the thing of the past. And also want to appreciate the New Dawn government for uplifting 45 community schools in Petauke Central Constituency, from community schools to primary schools. And all of them, I can confirm that they have received 6 teachers each. 6 teachers each. But we have got the issue of infrastructure, and I'm asking the Minister of education to look into that. But for the leadership of Petauke, we haven't just gone to bed. We have found a solution which will work together with the churches. We'll be using those churches as the church infrastructure as school infrastructure at the moment as we are waiting for structures. In the health sector, the president promised that the new Dawn government will provide health sector in each and every district by building hospitals. But we are asking the new Dawn government, like Petauke, we have got already a specialized hospital, which is Kalindawalo General Hospital, which is partially opened. We thank the previous government, they finished it. They finished it, but we are asking the new Dawn government to officially open it so that people can stop being referred to UTH, because it's very costly when we lose the beloved one here in Lusaka to transport back the body to Eastern Province. And also, the road network from Wangwa to Lusaka is not good, so you find that on their way, they are coming to attend their medicals, you find that they are involved into accident. So we are asking if the new Dawn government, if they can officially open that hospital. In the transport sector, we want to thank the president on PSV driver's license. Before, every year, the PSV drivers used to renew their license, but now it's a thing of the past. They will be renewing after 5 years, so which is a recommendable job which the new Dawn is doing. On the rule of law, we want to thank the new Dawn government. Want to thank the new Dawn government on maintaining the rule of law. We just saw yesterday. We saw yesterday the Kabushi and the Kwacha being postponed or being stopped, which I'm sure we need to recommend them for accepting that. On CDF, we want also to recommend them for increasing CDF from 1.6 to 25.7 million, where the good people of Petauke, they witnessed receiving the grants last week. With those few remarks, I say thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further debate? We still have time. Any further debate? The acting leader of government business adjournment.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
As no notice of any item for debate on the motion of adjournment of the House has been received, I put the question. The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. The House is now adjourned.
Well, thank you so much for still staying with us on Parliament Television. The House has adjourned till tomorrow at 14:30 hours. Business did resume at 14:30, and let's quickly look at what has been considered on the floor of the House.
Madam Speaker did make an announcement. She did acquaint the House with the presence in the Speaker's gallery of two members of Parliament and a member of staff from the Parliament of Uganda. That's Honorable Faith Nakut, MP, Honorable Tony Ayo, MP, and Ms. Annette Taebwa, a policy analyst. And Madam Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, received the distinguished guests and warmly welcomed them.
And Claudette, the other announcement that Madam Speaker made was on the composition of standing committees for the second session of the 13th National Assembly. And she did say that in accordance with the Article 80 of the Constitution of Zambia, Amendment Act number 2 of 2016, and the Standing Orders number 165-2, the Standing Orders Committee has appointed members of Parliament to serve on various standing committees for the second session of the 13th Assembly, and a total number of 11 committees were announced. And later on, as she was proceeding with the announcing of those standing committees, she did say that the composition of committee will be composition of committees will be announced tomorrow. And she did say that after she has completed announcing the composition of all the committees, and requested that if any honourable member finds that they do not belong to any committee, such members should inform the office of the clerk. So those are the two announcements that Madam Speaker made earlier in the day.
And thereafter, Madam Speaker did deliver two rulings, and in the first one, Madam Speaker made a ruling on a point of order that was raised by Mr. S. Kampyongo, Member of Parliament for Shiwangandu constituency, against Honorable Gigi Nkombo, Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, on whether the minister was in order to tender motion on the suspension of the standing orders into a controversy by interpreting the Constitution as far as the teachers' recruitment was concerned. And so in this point of order, Mr. Kampyong, Member of Parliament, inquired whether Honorable Gigi Nkombo, Member of Parliament, was in order to turn the motion on the suspension of the standing orders into a controversial one by stating that there would be mass by-elections as a result of the recruitment of some councillors as teachers.
And Madam Speaker further said in her immediate response, the Honourable Madam First Deputy Speaker reserved the ruling in order to study the matter, and she had since studied the matter and proceeded to render the ruling. And she did say that on several occasions she has provided guidance to the House on the need to cite the relevant rule, law, privilege, practice or procedure that has been breached whenever a point of order is raised. And Honourable, she proceeded saying that once she reminded members to abide to this rule.
So a review of Mr. Kampyongo MP's point of order reviewed that he did not cite the standing order rule, law or privileges or practice on which his point of order was based. In that regard, the point of order did not comply with the requirements of the standing order, that's 131(3), and therefore not admissible.
The other ruling that Madam Speaker made was on a point of order raised by Mr. S. Mushanga, Member of Parliament for Wacha constituency, against Mr. Gigi Nkombo, Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, on whether the Honourable Minister was in order to mislead the House and the public at large that Wacha constituency did not have any approved constituency.